Jyotika ma'am, it's to you.
Okay, ma'am. So very good morning. I hope everybody has joined.
No, ma'am. Oh, they will slowly join. Now
Okay.
we have around like 17, but we usually have 50 people. So
No
they will
problem.
join. Saturday morning, ma'am, they will join it. But we
Yes,
should not
yes,
wait
yes.
because Professor Kaut has joined. We should start.
So good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this refresher course, which is being organized by Amit University and Short USA. So now, without wasting time, I would like to introduce our key speaker today. So it's my privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Ushwinder Kaur, who is an associate professor at Swami Shraddhanand College, University of Delhi, located in New Delhi, India. With her strong academic background and contributions to the field of education, Dr. Kaur has played a vital role in shaping the learning experiences of the students. As an associate professor, she brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to her role, fostering a stimulating and inclusive learning environment for her students. Her dedication to teaching and research is evident through her commitment to academic excellence and her passion for the subject matter. Her contributions extend beyond the classroom. She actively engages in research activities, publishing papers, articles in her field of expertise. Her scholarly work enriches the academic community and contributes to the advancement of knowledge in her field. As a member of the esteemed university, Dr. Ushwinder Kaur upholds the institution's commitment to quality education and academic rigor. Her role as an associate professor is instrumental in shaping the minds of future generations and inspiring them to excel in their chosen fields. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Professor Kaut. I think, is she muted?
I don't know, ma'am. Unable to understand.
Smita ma'am? Yes, ma'am. There.
Very good morning, ma'am. It's our pleasure and honor to welcome you.
FDP, I'm so grateful. Thank you. I'm audible?
Ma'am, can you just adjust your mic a little so that it's louder?
Oh, is it better now? Is it better?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You can please start.
Inviting me. It's a pleasure for me to be part of this FDP. Thank you very much. Should I start?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. I will just start. I'll just share my screen. One sec. Good morning to all the participants and faculty from the department. I'm really grateful for giving me this opportunity to be part of this FDP. The topic of my discussion will be demographic consequences in India. So I will be trying to discuss this theme into three base categories. One is we will try to understand what is the concept of demography and what are the components which we discuss in demography. Along with that, I will try to highlight the importance of two major contemporary issues in the field of discussion in population and demographic studies, that is population dividend and population aging. So these are the two concepts which are a very well versed and well seen truth in the 21st century. All the countries of the world are at some stage of demographic transition, and India, being a country which is having a large boom of young population, is having a great advantage of a dividend population. So I will try to highlight this importance of young population in our society and how in future time we will be witnessing similar positions which are happening in US and other developed countries of aging. And in many places of within India also, we are witnessing aging of population taking place. So to begin with, I will start with the concept of demography, a brief introduction to the demography. So there are various definitions. If we try to simply highlight demography in the most simplest term, it is basically a study, a scientific study of human population. The study of statistics such as births, deaths, incomes, incidence of diseases, which illustrate the changing structure of human population. The statistical study of human population, especially with reference to size, density, distribution, and vital statistics. So demography as a concept is a quantitative analysis and collection of data in different segments of population. Whether we are discussing about the data regarding the population numbers and the factors which are influencing this population numbers, which we need to understand. So before we start with more details of demography, there are three questions which are of paramount importance before we start discussion on demography and its studies. How many people are there? What kind and where they are living? So this is very important to understand that numbers is important. What is the categorization of people? What is the composition, age structure, sex, number of females, males, then where these people are living, whether they are living in urban areas, whether they are living in rural areas, whether they are living in developed economies, whether they are living in developing economies, or whether they are living in underdeveloped economies. So where these people are living is very important to understand. And how a particular pattern, so how come is how a particular pattern is on a foresight in a particular country. If we are saying countries in Africa which is having a life expectancy of like countries like Niger, which is having a life expectancy of 40, and then there's a country like Japan, which is having a life expectancy of 84 years of age. So much of variation is there. And so what are the causes? What are the factors which influence this particular variation in the life expectancy of people? So we need to understand what are the factors, what are the determinants which are basically impacting a demographic pattern. And so what? So what will be the implication of a particular pattern? And lastly, we have to see what we can do to enhance or improve a particular situation. If it is bad, if it is good, then we can have these as mechanisms to be introduced in other countries so that they can also benefit. So to begin with, demography is a science of population that examines the size composition. And not only that, we are also discussing about the age, the ethnicity, the sex, the union or the marital status, the educational attainment, and the spatial distribution, and so forth. The dynamic concept, see, the point is dynamic concept is which is changing with time, with situations. So dynamic concepts which continuously change. So birth rates, the death rates, the migration. They are, of course, having a great impact on the population composition of an area. Then relationships between population composition and change. Social, physical environment that exists. Understanding their processes shed light on the important aspects. See, when we talk in a demographic studies, we might be studying only the plain aspects of numbers or the quantitative numbers. But when we add up geographical population study, we are trying to see and study what are the factors which impact a particular pattern. So what could be the social factors? What could be the physical factors? Like every place in the world is not equally populated. There are areas which are having physical difficulties, whether extreme weather conditions are there or very thick vegetation. So maybe they are not suitable for large chunks of population. But then there are areas like fertile river valleys, very industrial areas, which can sustain and provide for large number of population, will have very thick densities of population. So physical factors, social, economic, political factors will also have a great impact on the distribution of people in one particular area. So largely we are dividing the world into ecumen regions and non-ecumen regions. So ecumen regions are very densely populated regions of the world. So it could be either very industrialized regions of the world or very agrarian based regions of the world of Asia and Africa, or it could be highly urbanized nations of North America and Europe, etc., and Japan. And then we have, and non-ecumen regions are basically areas which have climatic hostility or the relief hostility, which cannot sustain a large chunk of population. So these variations will definitely have an impact on the demographic distribution of an area. Now, sometimes the study of holistic studies interchangeably use the words of demographic analysis and population studies. When we talk about, so demography, if we try to highlight this history of origin, it comes from a Greek word which means demos. Demos means people. And hence it is the science of population or science of study of people. So, so people is very important and space is very important, because here the element of space and time is very important when we start to study the demographic aspects. Whereas the variables are there in form of either social, economic, political, biological, genetic, and geographical, and they are alike. The concept of pure demography except in skeleton of science, and therefore it is an illusion. So if we are just collecting data and we are just piling up the data in tabular form, it is just a very plastic kind of collection where we are not able to infer any output from it. So it is important that we try to infer qualitative data along with the quantitative data to have a more meaningful study and analysis of population study or population related aspects. So demography may be used as a narrow sense synonymous with the demographic analysis and formal demography, which is primarily concerned with the quantitative relations with demographic phenomena in abstraction from their association from other phenomena. So there is technically it is a very only, but in actual sense it is not an airtight compartment. There are a lot of influences which of course have an impact on the demographic data patterns. So the main events are childbearing. So what are the main events which will have an impact on the demographic composition of an area? So one is the childbearing. So childbearing is what is the fertility rate, what is the life expectancy, what is the status of longevity among the population. Then death, what are the impacts, what are the factors which influence the death, and what is the death rate among population. And within death rate also there could be different age categories. What is the age category death rate among different populations? Disease pattern, disability, migration. So migration is basically trying to assess the movement of people from one place to another. Birth rate is addition to the world, and death rate is totally deletion or of person on the earth surface. But migration is a movement. It is just movement of people from one place to another. So net numbers on the world is not changing, but there is change in the place of settling. So birth is going to add to the world population, death is going to delete some numbers from the population, but movement through migration is just change of place of residence. Okay. So, however, the demographic methodology can be applied to much wider range of events that are explained by human population. The study of occurrence of several different events during a person's life is referred as the life courses analysis. So it is not in just numbers we are talking about, how people have lived, how people have contributed to the environment, to the society is also a very important aspect. Now, demography draws knowledge in other disciplines to develop its theories. The main disciplines that contribute to the demographic theories are economics, sociology, anthropology, epidemiology, geography, public health, biology, ecology, and environmental science. Theory in demography is established very largely through a comparative analysis. So comparisons across space and time and across different subgroups of a population. In this regard, demography is inherently comparative. The methods used in primarily quantitative, but the complexity of human behavior often means that qualitative research methods is required. So demography is also outcomes of demographic events. So population size, age structure, and geographic distribution. So if we are saying that world population around 1804 was 1 billion, and today we have a population of 8 billion. So the population has grown more than 7 million in a span of about 320 years. We have seen a population, or not exactly 320 years if we say broadly. So 7 billion have been added to the population. So it's a huge number. So population has been growing very fast for past few hundred years, and that is having different set of issues to the populations of the world. So we need to assess this population change. We need to understand what is the age structure of population, because we have to segregate population according to their age structure. So if we are dividing broadly population into two categories of working population and dependent population. So dependent population is again in two categories: children who are less than 15 years of age and adults which are above 65 years age will be dependent population, and population which is in between the age categories of 15 to 64 are the people who are economically most usable and productive. Not only economically, also reproductively, they are also an active section of population, which can of course contribute to the population numbers and size. And of course, geographical distribution, as we have discussed. So there are regions which are suitable for a large number of people, and there are regions which are not very conducive for a large population, are generally not seen inhabited by a large number of people. Now, demography is a science. So what we need to understand, there are certain, see, if somebody is born right from the time when the child is in the womb, that aging starts. It is something which starts as soon as a child is being conceptualized, and till that person dies, the aging process continues. So whether a child is 1 year old, or whether the person is 20 years old, or whether the person is 100 years old, that aging, it is an irreversible kind of process which once started from conception to the person dying is very important. So it's a regular succession and aging of population. So demographic processes start from birth, migration, aging, and it also includes the death. So these three processes, of course, have a greater impact on the populations of the world, and different societies will have a different trends and patterns. Some populations will be having very high birth rates, whereas certain populations may be having high birth rates or death rates. Some populations might be more prone to movement. Some from one area to another area, the movements could be much higher. As we find in developing countries, rural to urban trend of migration is most predominant. And so these patterns need to be assessed to understand the demographies of particular areas. So, so while it has been widely known that demographers analyze population, they also draw conclusions about individuals within the population. This is because many of the figures commonly used in demography, such as life expectancy at birth or fertility rate, can be translated into demographic developments on the level of population as a whole into statement that about an average individual. If we say that in an area there are 10,000 people living, so every person will not be of the same age category, every person will not be of the same gender, every person will not be living in the same location. So all these factors will vary. So we need to understand what is the composition of that population, what are the different settings within the population. So we need to understand the parameters within the age category. We have to understand the location categories, and we have to understand the scenario of per person fertility rate. So if we say that there are 100 people dying every year, then we need to understand how many children are dying, what is the infant mortality rate, what is the child mortality rate, what is the old age mortality rate. So by looking into that, we are also assessing the status of a particular area. If a country has very high infant mortality rate, then it might be the healthcare facilities are not conducive and not sufficient to take care of the children, or economic scenario or the status of a country is not good enough to provide adequate food for the mother or the child. So we have to see what is the death. If the death rate is a particular number, then what are the different categories or what is the death rate among different categories of human population. So these are need to intricate to various discussions to get the actual demographic patterns of a particular area. So why do demographies matter? Why we need to study the demographies? So demographies refer to description and distribution of characteristics of some target audience, custom base, or population. Now, see, why we need to understand is that all the policies and the programs and the critical areas we need to identify. So it might be required for planning purposes. It might be required to understand the social structure of a population. So we need to study demographies in great detail. So governments use socio-economic information to understand the age, the racial makeup, and the income distribution among several variables in neighborhoods, cities, states, and nations in order to make better public policy decisions. So companies look to demographies to craft more effective marketing and advertising campaigns and to understand the patterns among different audiences. So any kind of government plans and policies, whether they need to make more schools or whether they need to make more old age homes or whether they have to make more industries and job opportunities. So this will be very much dependent on the type of population which you have in different age categories. So it is very important it is very pertaining for every societies to learn about their demographies for any kind of future planning. So so we have understood this particular, so whether it is government, whether it is big businesses, whether it is economists, or whether it is a social discussion on what kind of religious background, what kind of linguistic background, what kind of economic background. If we have to give them how many people are below poverty line, so we have to give them public some kind of discounted grains at PDS, etc. So we need to identify the characteristics of the population in order to provide for them. So when demographies are various characteristics, for example, if we want to say that statistical information is collected on socioeconomic conditions known as demographic data. So what are the large range of data? And of course, there are large number of subcategories. So main categories which we collect data on, we collect data on age range. So we are able to construct those age structure pyramid, starting from largely we take a gap from 0 to 5, and it is male and female ratio, which is telling you the population pyramid, what is the composition in different age category. Then we have to see race and ethnicity. So if we have to have a tribal area program, then we should know what tribes are living where and what is their population, what is the age composition. So if we feel that a lot of young children are there in the tribal group, so then we might need to make some schools in the tribal areas. So you need to identify what type of ethnic background structure of a population or racial structure of a population. Gender, if we feel a particular gender, especially in developing countries like India, especially in urban areas, it is a very skewed gender ratios. It is around 800 to 850 per 1,000 males. So that needs to be checked. Along with that, if you feel a particular gender is neglected over the years, then you need to give them some special benefit, maybe in form of free education, compulsory education. Things like that could be very helpful in having a more equitable kind of growth among different genders. Then level of education is important to see what kind of skills or employability these people have. So level of education needs to be also considered. Income, of course, monetarily it's important. Then employment status. So if we have a huge population which is eligible and unemployed, So it is going to have a repercussion on the economy. It is going to have a repercussion to the society as a whole. So employment status need to be assessed. And if you feel that a lot of people are eligible and but not able to be employed, so then you need to generate more industries or employable avenues for these people. Home ownership means basically how many people are owning their own houses, and of course, per room ratio is also very important. In many urban areas, per room ratio is very, very high. People are living in 5 people, 6 people living together in a shared accommodation. So that is, of course, showing the social and economic structuring within the society. Then birth rates, of course, that is, of course, going to be the very important aspect, because that is what is adding population to an area. Death rate is again very important, because it is, of course, deleting some population from the population numbers. Marriage rates, as we are seeing that first is how many people are getting married. Then important thing is at what age they are getting married. If somebody is getting married at a 15 age and maybe have a long reproductive life of about 25 years, so we'll be having larger number of children. But same way, if a population is marrying late, it is marrying at around 30, so number of children, probability of reproductive age will be less and number of children will be less. And in many countries, like in, for example, China, we are finding that marriage as an institution is also declined in many countries of the developed part of the world. Religious affiliations are, of course, important, because certain religions have a tendency to have bigger families as compared to others. So it could be religious parameters which also identify the size of the family. Political affiliations to a particular thought process, like countries like, for example, China, it had started with one-child policy, and being a communist country, they were able to do it with a very authority and force, and people were treated very badly, so that it could be functional in that country. But later on, recently, they realized that it's not a very good idea, because now the population, the young population is reducing, the dividend population is reducing among China. So they have relaxed and said if the parents are single parents of their children, single children of their parents, then they can have 2 children. So what kind of political ideology a country is pursuing will also have an impact. Like for India, we have a more democratic system of government, so we cannot force people to have less number of children, but we can also we can make awareness campaigns regarding family planning, and certain if you're saying that if you have a 3rd child, you don't give them maternity leave, or you cannot be a sarpanch of a panchayat. So these aspects are little deterrent for larger families. So of course, what kind of political system a country is pursuing will also have an impact on the demographic composition. Political affiliation, spoken languages, like India, as we see as a country, we divided our country on the basis of language. So all our states are linguistic states. So that is why all our states don't have straight boundaries, because according to a dominance of a particular language, we have divided our states. So on the linguistic background, we have divided our states. So they had played a very important factor in political boundaries among the states in India. Geographical location and very, very mildly, agar hum dekhe, so of course, hobbies and interests will also have some impact on the demographic makeup of a country. Now, so demographic statistics profoundly are how important decisions are made. So if you are rich and demographic impact nearly everyone, you should know how far you travel to store, how much pay. See, in certain countries like India, for example, we are having the highest slab of 30% tax, whereas countries like USA might be having 50%, because the social securities are different there and much better as compared to what we have. So what kind of policy are built, or what kind of locations are there will have an impact on the demography. Now, how this demographic data is collected? So it largely is a direct method of collecting demographic data involving tracking and researching official records, births, marriages, divorces, death rates, and migration. Now, in Indian context, if we see, so we have a census which takes place every 10 years to collect the data. Then we have these things called as vital statistics. In that we have population registers, like in every birth and death has to be notified by the family member, like birth in 7 days and death within 14 days. So, so that these population registers, because census is taking place every 10 years. So this is a continuous data collection which is taking place through these population registers. Along with that, if we feel that we need to have some pilot studies, we need to do some kind of analysis, we go for national sample surveys or pilot studies, which also help in collecting the data. Now, marriages are also registered and deaths are also registered, along with divorce rates and widow, etc. So these data also help us to understand the demographic composition of a country. Migration is little difficult to collect if we are doing within internal migration, but of course outside migration, of course, can be the data can be more correct and more easy to be comprehended. Whereas internal migration, how many people coming from rural area to urban area, and what is the changing composition of urban areas, that can be studied, but it takes a lot of time and effort to collect the right data on the internal migrations within a country. If somebody is coming from Kanpur and living in Delhi, so it is very difficult unless that person changes its Aadhaar card and some kind of, then only we can assess that there is some change in the population numbers or from one place to another. So we need to study all these data and collecting them either directly or through indirectly or some pilot studies. Now, once we have collected the data, we know what kind of data we need to collect, what kind of parameters we need to assess. Now, once we have collected the data, how are we going to use this data for us or for other purposes? So we use this data for very important analysis in private and public sectors to assess more than data ever before. There are some categories of demographic information which is used for marketing strategies. Since the business model of most companies is reliant on knowing their customers, having demographic information helps to understand to target the audience. It is a powerful marketing tool that helps companies to assess the market size, allows them a segment for factors like age, sex, income, or cultural habit and buying behavior. So if you are, article point is that today we have something called as artificial intelligence. So if you are looking at a particular site for a longer time, a particular pattern of search engines you are looking into, so automatically you will get advertisements and other things related to that. So artificial intelligence is playing a very, very important role in marketing. So we need to assess that what kind of age population is looking into, so they are able to provide them with marketing strategies. Market segregation is of course important. So we have just discussed this. So we'll just come to the government policies here. So government policies is the local, state and federal governments can be used demographic information to create public policies and allocate funds for public services. Data from government and economic surveys combined with population and housing information can provide important social statistics, which can be used to develop a country and which could be of great importance in future planning and policies of a country. Perhaps most well-known use of demographics is for voting patterns and voting behavior. So many a times, it may be not very relevant here, but many a time politically, when they want to put a candidate in a constituency, they are largely interested in knowing the structure of the population. If a particular caste is dominating or a particular religion is dominating in a region, then political parties tend to have a person belonging to that community as a representative, because they feel that people will have affinity with that person because of the same religion or caste. So that is that kind of politics. So voting behavior is very much dependent on whom they are voting for. So many a times policies and ideologies is other, what is the gender of that person, whether what caste the person belongs to, or what religion the person belongs, also play a very important role in the voting behavior of people. Then if we have a population which is very young, we have a population which is less than 15 years of age, then we need to have more of schools. And if we have a population which is more old, more population, then we need to build in our system according to the demographic composition of a population. Now for analysis, economic analysis, so we have to see the consumer trends fluctuating within the social, economic and political conditions. However, having a linking to what to accept can help companies prepare and adjust the production and marketing to meet the market demands and thus remain in business for a long haul. So of course, they do a lot of market analysis to understand what is the pattern. Now, what are the demographics as variables in research? So demographic information provides data regarding the research participants and is necessary for determination of whether the individual in a particular study area are representative sample population for generalized purpose. Usually demographics or research participant characteristics are reported in the method of section of research. So it is basically talking about how we can use the demographic data for research and other purposes. Now, I hope if anybody has any queries, should I continue? Any issues?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
we are going to take the question at the end of the session. So this session would continue till 10:30, and after that we can take the question answer.
All right. All right. Okay. So 10:30 is too short. I think I have
No,
to
no, no, 10:30 is not, you have to stop. This session is till 11 o'clock.
Okay,
So
ma'am.
you continue till 10:45 also, ma'am, then take the
Okay.
question answer for the last
All right.
15
Okay, so 10:45 is more decent. All right.
Ma'am, we have to, you have till 11 o'clock actually.
All right, fine. That's nice.
You
Okay.
cannot need more than 10 minutes for question answer, ma'am. And if you need more time, we will give you, because from 11 to 11:30 is gap.
All right.
We have that gap in case session, spills out a little.
All
Okay.
right. Fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we'll continue. So now so we have understood the basic parameters of demography and how the data is collecting and what kind of data is collected. Now we come to the specific aspect that what is the scenario in India? What is the demographic composition? We don't go into too much of data, but just to understand the general composition of India's population. So if we see the most valid and accepted data is through the census, and due to COVID, this last census was in 2011. So in the history of 110 years of our census, this is the first time that census didn't took place in 10-year time. And so, if we go according to the 2011 census, then we have a huge population of about 1.2 million, and which is 62.3 million as males and 58 million as female. So of course we can see here that there are more males as compared to the females. Whereas if we see in the 20th century, we are expecting that the largest in this scenario, the largest state is Uttar Pradesh, which is having about 200 million people, whereas the smallest is Sikkim, which is having a population of 7,698 people. So we have a huge variation in the size of population among different countries, different states of India. So you can understand a huge and extremely crowded state, and a state which is very small in size, and of course having very less number of people. We'll just briefly introduce some data set regarding the population. I'll just, because it's too much of data in one page, I'll just increase the size. One sec. We can just go individually. So if we just, I hope it is visible. It's a little too expanded. Wait a minute. Too much. Sorry, 1 minute. So if we see, I have tried to see the scenario in year 2020 and what is projected to be the scenario in our country. If we see around 2020, we have a population about 1.3 billion and the annual yearly change is about 1.04%. So if we see the mortality rate in 2022, it is 9 per thousand. And if we see the world, so we are having a little more mortality rate as compared to the world average of about 7.969 per thousand. Whereas if we see what is the scenario in the fertility rate, we are having little less than the fertility rate at the world average. The world average is around 2.1 births per woman, whereas India's ratio is about 2 births per women. So, so we are very good in the status of fertility, and mortality needs to come down. So whenever we discuss about the demographic transition and we are talking about the natural increase or the growth of the population, mortality and fertility, the birth rates and the death rates play a very vital role in identifying any change in the population. So these two components play an important role. And as we can see here, that fertility has come down and it is very close to the net replacement ratio, whereas the mortality is also coming down and it's very close to the world average. So fertility levels are around in 2020 is about 2.24, whereas the density of population is 464. As we are still having a young population, productive population, we are witnessing increase in the density of population all over the years. In next 25 years, we are witnessing increase in the density. Then urban population, of course, is composing about 35%, and urbanization is a trend in all parts of the world. And if you can see, in 2020, it was 35%, and it is expected to increase to 53.505% in 2050. So urbanization is a trend all over the world. Developed countries have already witnessed population which is around 45% to 50% living in urban areas, and another 25 years we will be achieving that only. And so if we see the composition, world population of India is around 17.70, and slowly by 2050, when the dividend reduces, the proportion will also reduce. We will just discuss these aspects in detail when we discuss about the mortality trends, and we'll discuss about the population dividend scenario in India and the aging scenario in India, and what are the future prospects for that. So we'll just very quickly go around one component of mortality. So mortality is the death is a permanent disappearance of all evidence of life at the time of birth, after the birth has taken place. So basically, if some child is born and is dying at whatever age, maybe few hours after birth, or somebody dying at 100 plus, is something which is a truth and which will take place to everyone. So death is prior to live birth is not included in mortality. It is called as stillbirth. So if some child is dying in the womb, it is not included as a death. It is called as, at the time of birth, it was a stillbirth. So mortality, of course, is influenced by large number of factors, and it is, of course, varies from time to time and area to area. The impacts could be various. So we'll just quickly do. So there could be personal. There are two basically aspects. One is that, personal behaviors. You are having a poor diet, hygiene, alcohol, sexual behavior will of course have an impact. Then if you are living in hazardous areas, you are prone to some kind of respiratory diseases or things like that, or chemicals which you are experiencing. So you will have shortening of life. If somebody is living close to polluting industries or working in polluting industries, will have less longevity as compared to somebody who is living in a more fair weather kind of area. Personal nutrition, etc. Then intentional and accidental. Somebody committing a suicide, somebody has witnessed an accident, will lead to death. So there are certain factors which are underlying determinants. So there could be social, economic, and cultural factors, health factors. So if you are living in a poor environment, you are living in a slum, you don't have much economic opportunities, you have very poor income, so you are prone to a lot of problems because you are living in areas which is unhealthy, you're not having enough nutrition. So they will have, of course, a lot of implication on the mortality rate of an area. So 10 important determinants will quickly go. So income, nutrition. So income plays an important role. Nutrition, epidemics, like we have just seen during the Corona time, India also lost about 4,46,000 people due to Corona. So any kind of infectious disease or an epidemic, or this was a pandemic because it has had crossed borders in different parts of the world. So a lot of people witnessed problems. So India also witnessed huge number of life loss because of this pandemic. So epidemics or pandemics will also take a lot of toll among the population. Injuries, personal behavior, education, availability of healthcare facilities, sanitation. So these all factors play a very, very important role. Now, so fertility, of course, is also impacted by certain factors. I'll just quickly highlight those factors. So fertility is influenced by what is the age of start of reproductive life, and if somebody who is marrying at the age of 15 or 16 will have a long 24 years or 25 or even 30 years, if we presume that 40 is the age category. So 25 years of reproductive cycle, and somebody is, so what is the economic status of the female? What is the, so if she is dependent, so she doesn't have a say, so she will have a larger number of children. Then important factor also which has an impact on fertility is the life expectancy. Like in older times, if the life expectancy was low, then survival of children beyond age of 1 or beyond the age of 5 was very less. So children, because of whatever the health conditions were there or economic conditions were there, and of course proneness to ailments, so that has led to population fertility rates being high. Now, with the inventions of discoveries of antibiotics, vaccination, immunization, the life expectancy among people increased. Now, because of this increase in life expectancy, people were able to live longer, and children were living to be in adults and even older persons. So slowly, and of course, awareness, family planning measures and availability of those measures to the population also led to reduction in the fertility level. So these, so what is the, and of course it is the economic aspect on fertility, economic determinant on fertility. It is largely due to, if you are poor, you want more people to work in the fields, or more hands to beg, or more people to work as helpers in different parts. So then you will tend to have larger families. But if we try to work on the economic theory of fertility, we are saying that if you are rich, you will tend to have less number of children because you would like to give your children the best, whether it is school, whether it is house, whether it's the luxury. So economic theory of fertility works here to have less number of children because you want to give. So if you have 10 children, it will be every resource will be divided into 10 people. And whereas if you have 2 children, your resources will be divided among 2 people. So if you are rich, you want to give that best. So in urban areas, we are witnessing a very sharp decline in fertility rate. Whereas where we have intensive agriculture or primitive kind of agriculture, there we need to have more number of hands to work in the field. So we need to have large families. So there the fertility levels are high. So, so these are the factors which of course impact our fertility. And another important component we just discuss here is the migration trends. Now, if we want to discuss migration trends in India, so largely what we are witnessing here, the problem of brain drain, where we are witnessing people who are qualified, who are educated, who are skilled, and if they are getting opportunity, they want to leave the country and go to another country for better economic gains. So that is what is happening in the cities. We are finding earlier only high income categories or extremely low income categories where people were working as carpenters or farmers were migrating. But a lot of people from middle income categories are also moving into foreign locations. So this is one set of migration if we are looking into international migration. But within country, we find within India, there are 4 major trends of migration. We are witnessing migration from rural to rural area, rural to urban area, urban to rural area, and urban to urban area. So the maximum movement of migrants are from rural to urban areas. So of course that migration is having certain, so there are reasons for that also. We will just very briefly identify those reasons. That is push and pull factors. So if we are talking about, there are certain deterrents that people don't want to live in the rural areas. Either they don't have their own land, or they are not getting good opportunities, or it is becoming very laborious to work in the field, or whether they are, so people tend to be like to be a urban poor than a rural poor. So that the tendency to move out from rural areas to urban areas is there. Then it will have its own repercussions, as first leg of migration is basically people from young adult males are migrating. So of course there will be a very skewed sex ratio in urban areas because of in-migration of young adult males. And then again in many especially in the mountainous areas and in many rural areas, there is again change in the demographies of these areas. There are less number of young males here, but there are more children, more old people, and more women in these areas. So gender skewed ratios are also there in the rural areas. So then, of course, the factors could be social, it could be economic, it could be political. You know, a particular community is not welcome, so people tend to move out. Caste system could be one factor. So there are various numerous factors which will have impact on the push and the pull factors for people to move from one place to another. So these are the 3 important elements of demography. Now, what we want to study is what are the 2 major issues, which are the one is a benefit and the other is also coming up very soon in our country. So we are just going to discuss this aspect, that is aging of population and demographic dividend. So as we'll just briefly go into discussion on what is the demographic transition theory. So demographic transition theory, as we know that there are 2 major components. One is birth rate and the other is death rate. Now, the type of birth rate and the type of death rate will identify what will be the growth rate. Now, if we start from the very beginning, most of the countries were having high birth rates and high death rates. So very less growth rates were taking place. Now, if we go for the developed world in 1920s and 30s, we witnessed that mortality rates came down because of a lot of discoveries in the field of medicine, and quality of life improved. The people were living in more hygienic conditions. So slowly what has happened, the death rates came down in the developed part of the world, where a lot of industrialization has taken place. And the fertility rate came down much later. So the gap between the death rate, falling death rate, and still high fertility rate caused population to grow. So somebody who is born in 1920s and 30s and 40s will be at an age category of 70s, 80s, or 90s at present, if they have lived that long. And of course, life expectancy has increased. So these countries are witnessing the problem of aging population. The country is witnessing population where a lot of people are at the age category where they are in the retirement phase, or they are pretty old to work or contribute to the society economically. Whereas countries which got independence, especially of Asia and Africa, and including India in mid 1950s, around mid 1950s, it took about 20. And see, the point is the availability of medicines and the availability of better quality of life came much faster in these developing countries. So mortality declined much sooner in these countries, but fertility remained very high for a longer time. Now, because of that, the 1970s, 80s, and 90s was the time when fertility was still high, but mortality has come down majorly in India. Now, during that scenario, what happens if there are 100 deaths and there are 300 births? So 200 people are being added to the population. Now this trend continued for about 30 years. And so that was the time when a lot of children were born and the size of the family was big. So now these people are in the age category. Now these people who were born in 70s, 80s, and 90s, they are in age category of about 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. So these population are the population which is a working population. This population is one who is reproductively also active. This population is economically active. So this population is basically the population which is a dividend, which is the population which is contributing biologically also and economically also to the country. So we are in this pleasant state of affairs when we have a demographic dividend, and that dividend we have to benefit out from this dividend in order to extend. So, so we'll just try to understand these two concepts in Indian context, and how aging. Now, aging is something also which is coming up. It is not that everybody is in a dividend population. Now, if we see the government policy here also, because why the government need to change its policy? Because of the aging population. Because earlier life expectancy was very less. Now the life expectancy is more than 68 years, and many people, especially in the urban areas, are living much longer. Now, because of that, the government in 2004 decided that we don't need to give pension to the government employees, because many of the government employees had worked for the government for 25 years, 30 years, 35 years, and they have lived a long life in 1995. So they have to give pension for more than the years they have worked. So the government realized that it is becoming a burden on the economy. So they had stopped that kind of pension. So slowly, it's not only that we are having a dividend, slowly we are also witnessing aging of population, and slowly we are also, it is not very apparent, but of course it is something which is really going to come on in another 20 years. So by 2050, we will lose out the demographic dividend which we are having, and we will have a similar situation which most of the developed part of the world is witnessing, that is aging of population. So these two may be very contradictory to each other. One is that is very productive and very output generative age category, and the other is which is absolutely opposite, which is a total dependent population and no future of being a population which could be productive in either economic or in reproductive. If we have larger number of children, then of course these children will grow up to be adults and they will become reproductive as well as economically productive. So many countries of Africa will witness this kind of trend in 2040s and 50s, when their life expectancy increases, where they have still very high fertility rates, will of course lead to greater number of people in the age category of dividend population. So it is a trend, it is a continuous transition which takes place among the human population. And of course, it will have its own repercussion on different times when a particular trend is predominating in a society. So we start with the dividend and then we come to aging and we try to relate. So the term demographic dividend is coined by David Bloom. He emphasized the importance of demography and economic growth. David Bloom attributed a large proportion of economic growth of East Asia in 1965 to 1990 to the region's working age population, which led to increase in productivity. We are talking about the countries like Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong, China, Indonesia, where of course the populations were increasing and great number of people in a particular category. So the demographic dividend is commonly defined as an accelerated economic growth that can occur in population age structure matures, given strategic investments in health, education, policy, economic policy, and governance. The feature expands the concept of demographic dividend to a project 4 potential sets of benefit in addition to economic growth. It outlines the benefits in child survival, education, political stability. 4 important assets: economic growth, child survival, education, and political stability. Countries' likelihood to make substantial gains in each of these 4 sectors is tied to its age structure. So what is the dividend? What category of population is coming into the dividend population is 15 years to 64 years. See, the point is not everybody at 15 is working. So actually we see that the dividend population hoti hai 20 years, 25 years, because schooling kya 17 year plus hua, then it went to some kind of college or some kind of further studies. So around 22 to 25 years of age, a person actually gets into economic sector and of course starts contributing. But we have a lot of diversity of population. We have population which is still in the rural areas. We have population still marrying their children at the age of 18 years of age. We are still having people who are learning some skills and other work and start working at a much younger age. So for a matter of convenience and matter of actual happening, we categorize, and generally it is categorized into 15 years of age to 64 years is the age which is the working age group. So a child who is between 0 to 14 years of age is a dependent population, and anybody who is above 65 years of age is called as a dependent population. Demographic dividend occurs when a proportion of working people in the total population is higher, because it indicates more people have the potential to be productive and contribute to the economic growth of the economy. Due to the dividend between young and old, many argue that there is a great potential for economic gains, which has been termed as a demographic gift. In order for economic growth to occur, younger population must have access to quality education, adequate nutrition, health including access to sexual and reproductive health. Demographic dividend takes place when a country undergoes a demographic transition from rural agrarian economy with high fertility rate to an urban industrialized economy with low fertility and mortality rate. Now, to get the benefits of a dividend, it is important your fertility rates to come down. If your fertility rates are very high, then there are more family members to feed, then you will not get the benefit. So the United Nations Population Fund, the demographic, so demographic dividend causes change in population structure occur due to falling birth rate, lower fertility rate, and increased longevity. Falling birth rate and lower fertility rate will contribute to reduction in expenditure. Increased longevity will lead to increase in the size of working age population. So it is very important that people live long and then people have a greater life expectancy. If children are dying at a younger age and they are not reaching adulthood, then definitely fertility rate will be much higher. But if you are able to provide them with good nutrition, with good health care, with good living conditions, you are increasing the longevity and delaying the mortality among the population, especially the younger population. So as the survival rates are higher, you are able to sustain a larger population. You would not like to have large number of children. So demographic dividend is accelerated economic growth that might result from decline in countries' birth and death rates and subsequent change in the age structure of population. Fewer births each year, a country's younger dependent population declines in relation to the working age. Now, if working age is number of people who are working category are there, if they tend to have smaller families, so the proportion of dependent population at a younger age, the people less than 15 years of age, will reduce because number of children are less. So if that dependency lessens, then of course you will have more income, you will have more surplus, you will have more saving. So if you have all these, then you are of course going to accelerate the economic growth within the country. So, so fewer births each year, a country's younger dependent population declines in relation to the working age population. With fewer people to support, a country has a window of opportunity for rapid economic growth if the right social, economic, and policies are developed and investments are made. So, important prerogative for having dividend is that fertility rates must decline for countries to attain the demographic dividend. We cannot attain it if fertility rates are pretty high. We need to have lowering fertility rate. Of course, mortality rates have to come down extremely, but fertility rate also needs to come down to attain the benefits of demographic dividend. So common misconception among many leaders is the large youth population itself is the indicator of economic coming of demographic dividend. While youth can be of great force of economic and political change, the key step towards the demographic dividend is not a large youth population. The first step is transition from high birth rate and high death rate to low birth rates and child death rates. A process referred is as a demographic transition that we have already discussed when I discussed about the demographic transition as a concept. Now, there are four main areas where a country needs to find demographic dividends. So first is the savings. Now, during the demographic period, personal saving grew and can be used to stimulate economy. Now, if you have enough for yourself, you have enough to feed your family, what you do with your excess income? You put in a bank, you put it in an FD, or you do in some mutual fund saving, or you buy some gold. So what are you doing? You are doing some kind of saving. You're not spending whatever you are earning. So when you are doing saving, you are basically contributing to the economy. So that money you have kept in the bank is being put into putting some new infrastructure, putting up some industry, developing of the country, putting more job opportunities. So all these savings it's like a continuous process which is being used. If you have less saving, you don't have enough for your own self, you will be spending everything and you're not saving anything. So you're not contributing as such. So saving comes with, if you want to attain the dividend, there has to be some savings. There should be some money in the bank which you are doing. And of course, it is your money, you can use it. But of course, meanwhile, it can be used by the government or the institutions for development of the country. Then labor supply. More workers are added to labor, including women. Now, if the women are educated, if the the family size is less, there are less number of children, so the women don't need to sit at home and take care of the children, which are 7 or 8 in numbers. They can also look for some economic opportunities. So there will be increase in the labor force, because only earlier men were predominating in working, but slowly the women can also join in. Then human capital. With fewer births, people are able to allocate more resources per child, leading to better education and health outcomes. Now, if you have a large family to feed, then you have to divide the resources in that large family. But if you have less small family, less number of people, then of course you will have more of facilities. So plus there are 2 people who are working, maybe both the parents are working or the grandparents are also working. So extra income. So if you have extra income, you will send your children to a better school. You will send your children for more technical education or some kind of skill. So you will have that extra money to spend on your children. And once you spend that extra money on your children and they have learned some skills, they will become an asset. Now, if you have more skilled workers than unskilled workers, you will be more beneficial. If you have people who are uneducated, who are not having any kind of skill or formal education, then they will not be an asset. They will become a liability because they will not be producing enough for themselves also. So human capital tap kar paoge if you can provide them with the best facilities and you are providing them with best nutrition to grow, a healthy environment to grow. And fourthly, the economic growth. So GDP per capita is increased due to decrease in the dependency ratio. So per person, availability of resources, the gross domestic product among population increases. So of course, it will help in the reduction in dependency ratio. So dividend population has brought about change in the structure of country's population, usually result in fall in fertility and mortality rates. Demographic dividend comes with an increase in working population productivity, which boosts per capita income. So people will, so if you have more money, you will buy more house, you will buy a good car, you will go for international trips, you will go for a national trip. So you will start spending also. So if you spend, then only the economy will boom. If nobody is spending, then how things will work? So now how many malls are coming up, or how many movie halls are coming up, or shopping arcades are coming up? So these are what? They are because they are consumer based markets. So if people have able to spend only, then only economy will boom like that. So there is a small diagram which is trying to show enabling environment. So population structure, education, political stability. So it has, if a place like Syria or a place like Afghanistan will not venture out the dividend, even if you have young population, because instability is there. Then health, of course, people should have been healthy to work. Then economy and economics, and then we will achieve a demographic dividend. Now, if we see India as a whole, we are seeing that 1.4 billion population in 2022. So 17.5% of world's population is living in India. So 1 in every 6 people in the world is living in India. So now, according to 2022 edition, United Nations World Population Prospects, India is projected to surpass China in the world's most populous country in this year, or very soon in 2-3 months, maybe. So the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation has released Youth in India 2022 report, which shows that population share of youth is starting to decline, whereas the share of elderly is going to expected to increase during the 21 to 36. This is what I'm trying to say here, is that we have to use this dividend because the window period is maximum 2050. Uske baad, see the dividend, if we say agar hamari population 15 to 64 तक डिविडेंड है, बिकॉज वो वर्किंग एज कैटेगरी में बिफोर रिटायरमेंट है, तो हमारे को देखना पड़ेगा वो 50 इयर्स का ही टाइम है. तो अगर हमारा वो 50 इयर्स शुरू हो रहा है 80s and 90s में, so another 10 years, 15 years we will be witnessing an aging population. So the proportion of elderly to the population has increased from 6.8 to 1991 to 9.2 in 2016 and projected to increase to 14.9% in 2036. The youth population was around 27.2% in 2021, and it is supposed to decrease by 22.7% in 2036. A large number of youth, in the light of this impact on work participation and dependency ratio, has been called as window of opportunity in terms of growth and development of our country, an opportunity which would need to be seized before the window. So it's a small period of time which we need to get the maximum benefits out of it. Otherwise, this population would also age. So if we see here, mainly the share of working population is larger than the non-working population share. The median age in India is about 28 years, whereas in China it is 38 years, and in US it is around 43. Japan it is 48. So we still have a population which we are witnessing a young population, but southern states, there we are finding that older people are increasing. The percentage, Kerala has already been witnessing aging population, where Bihar has still a large number of, because the fertility rates are higher, and being fertility rates higher, still we have a lot of people who will be in the younger age category. Now, to unfulfilled educational requirement, so over 95% of India's children are attending primary schools, but how many of them actually go for higher education, and how many of them are actually trained to become a more suitable person. So what are we trying to do? If we are trying to give them midday meal at school, one is that the children will come for the meal, and a meal will be nutritious. So at least one day in the meal, if we are having still very poor people, we are able to give them some kind of basic nutrition, so they become more healthy. Then what else we are doing here? So let us come to our diagram. Just increase the size of it. If you see here, we'll try to just sum it up here, that by 1950s, if we see proportion of children between 0 to 14 years was around, you can see the variation. Now you can see the red. Red is basically showing the population in 1950 was 59.4%. It has increased to 50. It reduced a little bit in 1990 to about 58.2. It increased majorly in 67.3 because during this time, अगर आप history में देखेंगे तो 66 to 70 was the time when we had those major food shortages, and we need to have that yearly 5-year plan because of major food crisis, and people died of starvation, and a lot of drought conditions were there. So that led to little fall in the infant mortality and child mortality rate was pretty high during that scenario. So isliye there is a little decline here. But in 2020, it is around 67.3. And by 2050, that proportion will be 67.8. But here what we need to see, important thing what we need to see here is that in 1950, 0 to 14 years category was 37.5. and above 80 category was 0.4%. But as we come to 2020, the age category increased from 1.4 to 1.6, and above 80, 2.6, and 65 to 79. That is, if we say that 64 is the working age category, 50 में था 3.1%. For 2050 में it is expected to be 13.8%. और ऊपर वाला जो था 18.5 हो गया, तो 37 से 18.5 हो जाएगा. तो जो हमारा बॉटम है, that is the children, they are reducing to half. So slowly what will happen? We will have more of aged population and we will have less of children, and slowly that dividend जो अब बच्चे बड़े होके they come to the age working age category will be less. At 1950, we had about 37.5% of population which will become adults in 10 years, 20 years and contribute. Whereas in 2050, we will only have 18.5% of population, which will come and join the working population. So this, this will have an implication. So we will be having a declining population because addition, because there is a limit to how much you can live. You can live 70, 80, 90, maybe more people can live till 100, but you will die. And so as the population will age, we will also have similar scenarios which developed world is facing today. So this is again a dividend population. If we go for 10 years pattern, if we try to see here is that the population percent is increasing, but by 2022 it is here, but slowly it will come down and slowly there will be certain decline in the dividend population. Now, so what we can do about it? So we'll just go for what we can do. So what should we plan? The government should plan policies and programs regarding which can benefit the younger population. It needs to provide more economically viable opportunities. So we need to, so ab agar mein Skill India, if we're talking about Skill India, we are talking about people who can learn and understand the basic healthcare facilities and give them more job opportunities, more skilled in order to contribute to the economic growth of the population. Now, what has been done, we will just quickly, so just take some suggestive measures. So suggestive measures in form of increasing the human capital. So government should invest in people, in education, job, healthcare, vocational studies, then develop skills. So National Skill Development Corporation was established. Then there is higher education finance agencies. Now we can get a lot of education loans for people to do higher education. So that helps people to achieve more benefits. Health, of course, so we are having Ayushman Bharat and National Health Protection Schemes, which can help to improve the health facilities or healthcare standards among the population. Then job opportunities we need to create for about a 10 million new population. And of course, your urbanization, as I'm telling you, another 30 years down the line, more than 50% will be living in urban areas. So we need to develop, whether it is smart city mission or it is Amrut, which is basically carried out so that, you know, you are able to well use the people who are migrating from rural areas to urban areas. Quickly, I will just give you a few definitions of aging and then we will just sum it up so that, you know, this concept is also there. So aging is a process in which proportion of children population decreases or reduces, and those to the older population. So increase is known as stated as aging of population. So what we are trying to say here is that it is not that how many people in use above 65. It is important to see that what is the number of children who are between the 0 to 14 years and how many people are above 65 years of age. So if we are witnessing that there is a decline in number of children between 0 to 14 years, and there is an increasing trend in people who are above 65 and above in a particular area, that country or that region will be identified as the area which is witnessing aging of population. So it is not exact numbers, but it is in the relative term we are trying to assess that how aging of population is taking place. So aging is known as demographic aging also, it goes in detail. So what is happening? Increase of aging population is due to direct consequence of ongoing global fertility transition and decline in mortality rate and increasing life expectancy. So by the end of 21st century, will be the most predominant demographic phenomena in the world, all over, whether it is USA or whether it is India. Of course, degrees of variation will be there, but it will be happening everywhere in every part of the world. In most industrialized countries, much faster, developing countries catching up, And even in countries like Africa, many countries in Africa also will witness greater life expectancy. But another maybe 70 years it will take for Africa to come in this stage, because they will be witnessing a dividend population in very near future. So now dependency ratio, now we will just come to what can be done. We'll just go into what is done or what type of special efforts we need for India specifically. If we go, we'll just go through that. We have in 2019, we have about 1.32, it will increase through 3.1% in 2050. Age to the total population 10%, say, increase to 19.5. Women, of course, see, life expectancy among women is a little better than male, because genetically women are much stronger than male. Even at birth rate, if we see that there are more males born as compared to females, and genetically women have more greater life expectancy, so you will find more grandmothers than grandfathers. So this trend will of course have an impact on population, and of course just for recommendations. So we need to, yeah.
Ma'am,
Sorry.
questions have started pouring in.
All
So
right.
whatever you are left with, if you can integrate that with the answers.
I will just, I just don't go through this. I'll not go with the PPT. I'll just try to sum it up here.
Because questions that people need answers because they're teaching and they are asking those relevant questions.
I think it's a little bit too overloaded. It's little bit too overloaded, I think. So I don't know.
If you can just integrate whatever is left with the answers that you're going to give to the participants,
all right, I think
everybody would benefit from that.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so let's start with, I think, question answers. We can do that.
Yes. Ma'am, the first question that people are asking, that demography, you are a faculty of geography, where demography is a very important topic of discussions, as it is, but when we teach history or when we teach political science, we teach it as part of other topics. Like Malika is here pointing out that when he teaches European history, the 17th century European crisis, and he needs to talk about the demographic factors of that time. So she comes from a college in remote part of West Bengal, and there are many faculties who come from remote rural part of different states, including Northeast. We are not having faculties only from Delhi NCR region. So for them, finding material on demographic is difficult. Not only like current demographic data, but history of demographic factors. So they are asking if you could suggest certain websites or certain text on, undergraduate level text on demography, not only in the context of India, but in the context of Europe also, because our syllabus are very, very Europe also, not only India, European history also we teach. So if you can just give us some idea. There is one question, and she has complimented you that you have dealt it in a very lucid manner. So ma'am, this question is there, and then there is one another question that Sabia asked you, that I think she has more like a policy related question. You mentioned that how the government collects data on age and racial factors. So if they already have knowledge about our aging population, then what is your take on demand of quality old age homes? So most probably she's asking, unlike in Europe or in America, where I have stayed personally, the quality of old age home is so good, so good. So we do have a vast aging population. So why is not there enough initiative on old age home? Okay, ma'am. So these are the two questions, and I have my own question, which I will ask you, but you first deal with this too, ma'am, please.
So I think website links I can share later on, but one is that Worldometer karke, there is a site at Worldometer, and that is basically telling you the data, the past data the present data, and it is just telling you the live data also, that what is taking place. I can just share that
Yes,
website.
ma'am, please share it in your.
1 minute. I'll just share my. I'll just share my screen and have a look where it is. 1 minute. So I think. 1 minute. Meanwhile, I'll just answer when I'm just searching few websites here. The point is that India is right now more interested in the younger population, because we have a huge chunk of younger population. At private level, there is some kind of initiatives being taken for old age home, that there are certain like Ashiana, one is coming up in Gurgaon and one is there in Dehradun. And there is another approach which I have seen at NGO level, that is they are having orphanage and old age home together, because many a times there is a emotional disconnect, and old people are witnessing psychological problems because of that, and that loneliness is coming. So this kind of a combined orphanage and old age home, which I have seen one myself in Najafgarh, which is a very excellent example, because the children also are getting care of the old people, and the old people are also seeing young people around them. So it's something which is very complementary to each other. Then there are of course plush, where you can pay and you can do. And even I am telling you, in US also there is some kind of problem, because a lot of people are living very long. So now the government, it is becoming difficult for them also to maintain that kind of social facilities to the people. Now they are saying that if you own a property, you give us your property, and till you are alive, we will give you everything. But once you die, your property, your assets will be ours. So this kind of policy they're also developing, because they're also feeling the crunch of too much of liability on them. So India still is a developing country. It's the truth. And government is, of course, having such kind of old age homes. I have seen few of them in many spots in Delhi also. But of course, they are not in very good conditions, and maintenance is poor. And many places, what they have done is they have opened up some, skill teaching centers along with them. So there's old age home, and then they are teaching some tailoring and some kind of thing in the same center. So, but they are not in very good condition. That is very true. And still the government has not realized it is a big problem. They are more concerned about dividend population here in that. So at NGO level, there is some kind of concern. At some private level, there is a concern of having old age home, like Ashiana, person above 55 years old can only apply. But then they are expensive. They are not for every general public. The government needs to realize. So now what they have done is they are giving some widow pension of about 1,500 rupees to women who are widow, and some kind of economic benefit, 1,000 rupees to somebody who is above a particular age. And then government is of course giving concession in airfare and train fare also to people to above a particular age. And then government, so those who are old pensioners above 80 years of age, they're also getting some extra pension for that. So some trends are coming up, but not at a very large scale level, but still at local level, NGO level, some efforts are being done when they are giving some kind of small pension. It's not a huge number. I will just share my screen 1 sec. I think some of them I can share later on also.
Yes, ma'am. If you just send it to me.
Okay, that is the best.
WhatsApp, I will share, like all the experts who are speaking, they're sending lots of links to reading sources or websites, which I am sharing with
that. I will do. Definitely, I will do that.
Yes, ma'am, that would be very helpful to you.
I will do that. I'll make a kind of a small write-up.
The one question, then Malika's question, you can, and anybody who wants to benefit from that website or other links that you have, you send it to me. So
Yes.
you have answered Sabiha's question. Now my question was, we are concerned, and justifiably, it is justified, our concern is that there is a one-way migration from rural India to urban India. Ma'am, few days ago, I was reading in Times of India that this rural India, not only people are moving from rural India to urban India, from tier 2 cities, people are moving to the metros. So even not only from rural India, even from urban India also there is segregation. That is, no, people don't want to live even in tier 2 cities. They all want to come to these big metros. So this is something which is a matter of deep concern. So do we have, ma'am, can you shed any light on this, like relationship migration within urban India itself?
So the point is, there is a theory called as primate city concept. That is basically a city has become too large, and it attracts the best talents, it attracts the capital city. So primate city concept talks about a premier city. So it becomes a focal point. So all our metropolitan cities are becoming a focal point. And you know what, if you have facilities, you have good roads, of course you will have good investment in making an industry because you have the transport already available. So many a times this primate city, the metropolitan city in a region, it is having a deterrent impact on the smaller cities, because all the best human capital, best investment will tend to be attracted to this central location or a metropolitan city, because it has got best manpower, best availability of resources, best availability of investment. So what we need to develop is that we need to decentralize this kind of pattern, which is definitely very much there in all kind of megalopolis cities, which we have. All million plus cities are attracting every good manpower. So whether it is Bangalore or whether it's Delhi or it is Mumbai, people would not like to go to Kanpur, or people would not like to go to a smaller city, because slowly what will happen, the infrastructure will crumble slowly, no more investments are taking place in that area. So the overall environment is degrading in that area because there is no incentive.
Right,
so I think by building things like NCR or greater NCR or greater Mumbai, we are basically trying to decentralize that. So if we are making a metro link to these areas, if we are having roads which are well connected, some kind of highways we are developing, so people will definitely go. And if we are giving them some kind of multi-story houses for accommodation, so then people will tend to move out. Like even if we say in Delhi and nearby, we are seeing that all the kind of economic activities are taking place in Noida or Greater Noida or Yamuna Expressway, or we are talking about Gurgaon or Dwarka Express. These new areas are coming up. So what are they doing? They are trying to decentralize the focal point of Delhi as a MCD boundary. So it is no longer applicable that Delhi is a MCD boundary. Delhi is beyond that MCD boundary of an NCR or a greater NCR. So if we try to give them that decentralization through connectivity, and of course, people will not like to move a very long distance every day to work. So if you provide them with some kind of economic opportunity there itself, it will help. Okay. So initially, these pull factor of a primate city will definitely be there. But slowly, if we try to develop some infrastructure in the neighboring area, we'll try to have more such satellite towns which can reduce the pressure on these metropolitan cities. So
yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for your session. It was so vast in scope and so comprehensive. Like your slides were loaded with information. So thank you very much, ma'am. We learned a lot. We learned a lot because we always study demography as a slice, as part of other courses. The full focus on demography, particularly because the current debate, India overtaking China, and everybody is talking whether it is a good thing, whether it is a bad thing, without knowing what actually are the factors. So you helped us to see a lot of nuances in it. Thank you very much.
I tried my best, so I think it was helpful for everyone.
Ma'am, thank you so much, and please send me those links so that I can share.
Just give me a day, I will send by tomorrow.
Oh, sure, absolutely. And participants, if you don't have any more questions, we will just conclude this session with ma'am. It is a Saturday, and I'm sure she has other jobs to do. And we will start with our next session at 11:30. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Manvita. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So please join back at 11:30 for our session with Dr. Bulbul Dhar James. We are going to talk about gendering discourse. Please do not log out. Just switch off your camera, switch off your mic so that we can join back easily. Dear participants, we welcome you back for the second session of the day. So it is scheduled to take place from 11:30. Ma'am has already joined. I request you to be here. Let me drop a message to the WhatsApp group so everybody could join in. Dr. Dhar, if you can switch on your camera, please. And then I can introduce you to the participants.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So, dear participants, here is Dr. Dhar for you. And let me formally introduce her. So, Dr. Bulbul Dhar James is an esteemed academic and leader in the field of women's studies and political science. She is currently serving as the Honorary Director of the Sarojini Naidu Center for Women's Studies. She is also a professor in the Department of Political Science and coordinator of the MA Human Rights Program at Jamia Millia Islamia in New Delhi, India. With her vast experience and expertise, Dr. Dhar James plays a pivotal role in advancing women's studies and promoting gender equality. Her dedication to research, teaching, and advocacy has made a significant impact in the academic community and beyond. As the Honorary Director of the Sarojini Naidu Center for Women's Studies, Dr. Dhar James leads initiatives aimed at understanding and addressing the challenges faced by women in society. Her multidisciplinary approach to research and her commitment to social justice contribute to the empowerment and well-being of women. Additionally, as a professor in the Department of Political Science and the coordinator of the MA Human Rights Program, Dr. Dhar James equips students with a deep understanding of political processes, human rights issues, and gender dynamics. Her guidance and mentorship inspire future leaders to work towards a more inclusive and just society. Her contribution to academia, her commitment to women's studies, and her dedication to promoting human rights make her an influential figure in her field. Her work continues to inspire and shape the academic community at Jamia Millia Islamia and beyond. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for being here with us. I'm sure we are going to learn a lot from you today. Welcome.
Thank you, Madhumita. And I just want to say how honored I am to be part of, a group which is dealing with such diverse areas. And I was told to look at gender and the discourses within it. Yes. I don't want to make it academic as much as, because I believe this is an interdisciplinary lot. So I do not want to theorize as much as look at discourses and concerns that, would be something which would touch each of us. So I'm really looking at that. I'm going to put forth my PowerPoint presentation now.
Yes,
ma'am. And I'm just trying to look at sharing screen.
Yes, sharing screen at the bottom of your screen. I think it should come, the tab.
Can you see that?
Yes,
is that fine?
We are good. Yes, we are good.
Okay. So I'm going to just put in.
Ma'am, I am just switching off my video, but I am here constantly because, Saturday we are working from home. So the problem is the internet connection is not as good as in university. So I'm going to switch the video so that my internet is stable. Is that okay, ma'am?
It's the reverse for us, actually.
Okay. No, and it is very good. Amity is very good at all this. Internet is not unstable in Amity because they want us to work.
That's great. So, of course, Madhumita, no problem. And I mean, I would like to take questions later. So do, get back because
Yes,
it's an online.
I am here. I am constantly here. I will not move. So don't worry.
Not to worry at all. Not to worry.
Yes, because I want to learn myself. It's not that I'm just organizing it. I'm learning. So
each course, each session I take is a learning for me.
Yes.
I take back because especially the interdisciplinary ones, you get another perspective.
Yes.
And because I really do believe that, theory is all fine, but sometimes as, academics, we tend to be very armchair kind of intellectuals.
Yes.
With a lot of pretensions. This is something we can't afford to do when it's concerning something which is our everyday existence.
Everyday, right?
So I don't know how much you are going to learn, but I'm going to do a very basic thing. And I do want responses rather than, questions, which I'm sure, because I'm not sure I have answers to the questions.
You will be flooded with questions. Like we have sessions on Dalit study yesterday. And Professor Rao from JNU was, flowed with questions. So you will get as well gender, caste. This intrigues us so much. So I was so inspired yesterday that I was telling my husband after I came back from university that, do you think I should go for another MA course? He said, no, professors would be bothered to have you in the class. Don't.
No, it's always a learning. And I think these are inspiring sessions. So I'm going to speak about gendering this course, really. And I hope, the purpose for me of this session really is experiencing a kind of a cognitive dissonance, which each of us, hopefully will experience and reflect self-critically on the kind of narrative and the discourse that we have in everyday existence. And this really needs a self-critical. Madhumita, please feel free to switch off your camera whenever you want to.
I will. After the first 5 minutes, I will.
And the idea of the experiencing and reflection is practicing new habits. If we really want a safe and empowering environment, because we've been brought up, we've been socialized into ways that we do stuff automatically in ways in which, subconsciously, half consciously, we behave in particular and attitudes are similar. So when we look at gender, the first thing we need to know about gender is, of course, that gender is not the same as sex. And the problem or the problematic is the socialization of gender that we need to, kind of deconstruct in a way. So even though on paper, the Constitution guarantees freedom of equality, irrespective of any of, parameters like sex, race, caste, socioeconomic differences. There are areas where, there is differentiation when we look at the actual practice. We have fundamental rights from Article 14 to 18, really looking at equality, right to equality. And predominant amongst that, of course, is equality before law and prohibition of any kind of discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. It's also against any no discrimination in respect of employment. Yet, as you will see, we still have policies or laws that come into being, like, say, the Domestic Violence Act, which should be part of the fundamental rights in a sense, or for that matter, workplace harassment, which should be part of the fact of no discrimination on grounds of any kind of respect of employment. And these are areas which we really need to, kind of understand that why was there need to add in other, laws in place or acts in place, because it's all there. So we are a very, very rights-based constitution, and extremely, all possible laws are in place, from the fundamental rights to fundamental duties, which, 51A, which renounces practices derogatory to the dignity of women, or the directive principles, which are directives to the state to, to actually follow certain policies, or the rights of the state to that extent, where you have distributive justice, where you have right to development with full dignity, right to work comes in there, education, social security, provision for just and humane conditions of work is part of that narrative. Yet, with this backdrop, we still have issues and concerns which we need to address. Despite being the most rights-based constitution, world over that you could think of, you have areas where concerns are needed. And this is where I start with, when we look at gendering discourse, it's really culture and society which determines the space and boundaries within which we operate as men, women, and others. Culture and society also, determines the code of conduct and roles we play, within that society. And these space is a very feminist concept, which is beyond physical space. So when we are looking at boundaries here, it is physical boundaries and other kind of boundaries. So mindset, chains, psychology, in terms of economics of it, all of this is, formulated through culture and society. Hence gendering, hence, we're getting in other notions there. So even though, the challenges and opportunities for societies to unfold in new directions are emerging and in different ways, we really need to keep that momentum going in various ways. Now, central to culture and society, or the kind of gendering that happens, in terms of the space and boundaries, men and boys occupy different spaces and women and girls different spaces, and others, very, very limited spaces. Also, this undercurrents of latent code of conduct and roles which we need to, play in the society becomes significant. And at the bottom of this is, of course, patriarchy. Patriarchy, a form of social organization. Invariably, if I ask, the participants in terms of what is patriarchy in a few words, more often than not, I get male dominance. Now, that's something I want to counter and talk about patriarchy. Firstly, it's a form of social organization, as we all know, in which man heads and controls a family unit. Men also control large social and working groups. But the fact of male dominance, I would like to counter and say it's really not male dominance as much as dominance of male values. Dominance of male values, which are perpetuated by women, perhaps more than men in a lot of ways, as mothers, mothers-in-law, grandmothers, within the family that you have. Male values that are incumbent upon boys and men as well, and perhaps patriarchy, and this is a point I'd like to really emphasize on, perhaps patriarchy discriminates or is exploitative of men and boys more than women and girls in a lot of ways. So that whole notion of patriarchy, of patriarch, and attributing it to that male as being the exploitative person, as being, the accused in this whole customary and cultural kind of ethos that we live in, is a problematic that we need to look at. But having said that, patriarchy in India or countries like ours in South Asia is also because of the family or society in which authority is vested in the male through descent and inheritance. Hence, we have other obnoxious kind of outbursts like amniocentesis, like wanting a male child rather than a female one. So a whole lot of other parameters come into being. So patriarchy is impacting the gendering process. And that's where I want to come back to the first slide, which I spoke about, that the first thing we need to know about gender is that it's not the same as sex, which I'm sure all of you know. Sex, which is biologically determined, universal, or was till technology came into being, but I'm taking that as a given. It's given and unchanging. It is meant to be universal. All of this can be countered with technology coming in, but nonetheless, the idea of sex is not a problem. You could be born any sex is not the problem. So what is the problem? The problem is gender. Gender, which you, me, all of us in society, construct, socially construct, with complex cultural elements going into its construction. That whole idea of creating gender, of, with complex cultural elements going into its construction. So in a cultural milieu, in one cultural milieu, it would be different from another one. say in the regions that you come from, in a tribal belt, in the Northeast, it would be different from, say, the south of India, would be very different from the north of India or from the west of India. So, you know, it's very, and within that also you'll have different kind of parameters. So what we see in the Indian subcontinent would be very different from Africa in terms of how gender is constructed. But needless to say, it is not universal. It is acquired. It is not something we are born with. We are taught gender, or as Judith Butler put it, we practice or perform gender in a lot of ways. It varies within cultures and different cultures, and we need to understand this variation. It's really significant because this is not something that is seen as the same everywhere. Yet, patriarchy remains central and pretty much latent to the way in which gender is, you know, kind of practiced, if you like. And if I just focus on women, patriarchal control or influences, influences on women would be in terms of control over her body. You know, that whole notion of the body becomes very, very significant in terms of how it is scrutinized, how it's made to, you know, allowed choices or not. Mobility is a very, very central thing within, you know, patriarchal control, where women are told that your mobility is restricted for your own security. So mobility is a sine qua non for security. And in a lot of ways, if the reverse could be applied, it would still be security, but it isn't because of patriarchy. Wealth and property. It's significant that we have laws which have changed where you have equal property rights. We have laws in place that have come in. Even the karta of the family or the head of the family can be a woman now. And it's been years since this has happened. But normally in a refresher course, which is offline, if I were to ask the women in the group, how many of you would actually file a case against your father, brother, or anybody for property? Hardly any hand goes up, because these are challenging relationships when you speak about, you know, applying the law, especially for property. So women do not choose to do that. So we do need to have a thinking which is more equal rather than an application of law. So all I can say is law is a bargaining chip more than anything else. Health, very, very significant kind of influence where it was part of MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, is part of SDGs, where women's health is a primary concern because women themselves perhaps eat last, least nutritional value, you know, don't get health checkups done. It's always considered something which, you know, that whole martyred notion of a woman predominates in various ways. So we are looking at, patriarchy impacting this as well, and the socialization process that takes place. Education and employment. Needless to say that, you know, girls and women, girls top, you know, at every board exam level and in other, you know, open examinations, yet the dropout rate is huge where girls are concerned. Employment, sadly, you know, when I'm taking sessions on sexual harassment at workplace, or what I call right to work with dignity, very often we have, if it's corporates, they actually come up and speak about that we understand the harassment happens and this is a workplace issue that we need to look at. But the easiest thing for us to do is not employ women. And something which should actually work towards empowering women works against them. Also, of course, here I can't but not speak about the men who are worried that this act has messed up relationships where gender is concerned with their female colleagues, because now they're scared to, you know, have what they call a normal kind of a relationship in terms of everyday existence, you know, at work or otherwise. So that's a very, very, very crucial area that, you know, which needs to be subjected to scrutiny, if you like, to actually put that in perspective. But one of the most debilitating in terms of patriarchal control, and I don't think I have the slide here, is in terms of participation and decision-making. Women need to be in participation and decision-making bodies so that the laws and the policies are sensitive to women. Having said that, it doesn't mean women are automatically sensitive and sensitized to women's issues. Quite the contrary, but you do need to have that. So you have this title of this book by Indra Jaising. Indra Jaising has drafted the Domestic Violence Act, where she's, of course, talked about live-in relationship also as part of it. So it's questioned custom and tradition in a lot of ways. So the title of her book is Men's Laws and Women's Lives. And this is an edited book, but the title is inspiring because it really speaks about the reality of society today, because of the laws being what they are, that women are not being recognized as human beings, if you like, in a lot of ways. But the most debilitating thing for me, when I look at the way patriarchy works and influences in this very, very latent way, in a very convoluted way, is autonomy and self-esteem. It has impacted a woman's autonomy and her self-esteem in terms of just how she feels and has the confidence to be able to go ahead and move ahead with choices that she has. So the choices that, what are ostensibly there with her, that she's the choice, she's choosing not to work, or she's choosing, to take a back seat, not take a promotion, feel the guilt. It's always told that she always has a choice, but these are not real choices that women have. So we need to understand in terms of the implication on what are given as choices, because is there a support system which is allowing her to make real choices? No, that's not there. So we really need to move ahead in that. I'm just taking some very, very basic kind of way in which media representation takes place. And I'm taking the notion of thappad here forward. Where you have this popular hero who speaks about प्यार से दे रहे हैं रख लो वरना थप्पड़ मार के भी दे सकते हैं. So the notion of, the sense of entitlement, which really needs to be, kind of understood in terms of how patriarchy actually seeps in ways in which we need to look at. And I thought Thappad, the film Thappad, was one of a very interesting take on different characters manifest different dimensions of patriarchy. So I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, but it's a film with Tapasi Pannu, who's a stay-at-home wife. Akka Ammu is her name, and whose feelings turn from, devotion. She's constantly feeding him coffee, normal kind of a wife who's devoted and has, put her own job at the back seat to take care of him. A very normal kind of a family. And it could be anybody that we know, till that one thappad in a party that she gets. And very often, for people who've seen the movie, very often a lot of participants say, oh, ma'am, he was very angry. And, those were circumstances. And he did that. He didn't mean to do that. We are constantly justifying for our partner, and we are justifying for it. And it's that one thappad which makes her realize how she has been part and parcel of, of being subjugated without knowing that that was so. She has been a devoted wife and a devoted daughter-in-law and what have you. But suddenly it becomes something which, she sees how patriarchy has actually defined her life through the time she has been married. And that's when the lawyer comes in and others comes in. It also shows many various shades of men within, this notion of patriarchy, where the husband is, so it's a package deal. We could be both. We could be a feminist yet disempower, girls and women around us. So the husband is kind to the household help, but doesn't think anything of ordering his wife around like a junior at work. He doesn't have horns on his head, but he seems to be another entitled jerk who's blinded by his male privilege. So male privilege remains something which is predominant in patriarchy. It's also, it also kind of defines various shades of men, from the father, who's the most likable character in the film. He's really very interesting character who you really like, because he could be the wings under his daughter's, dreams that she has. But as the story unfolds, he has been patriotic, has been patriarchal with his wife in various ways, Ratna Pathak Shah, when she points out. So it really is a reflection in the male of, woefully toxic, unwittingly, a loving father, but who's unwittingly throttled his wife's desires, even while being the wind beneath his daughter's wings. And the casual insensitivity of men, when the husband says he is feeling bad, and all he has to say is literally, quote, shit happens, people move on, he says. So gender stereotypes are not so simple. They have dualities, they have dilemmas, which, you know, each of us kind of face in a lot of ways. So each character is a reflection of patriarchy in many ways, where the mother tells the daughter, Ratna Pathak Shah tells Tapasi Panu and Akamu that bardasht karna padta hai, that you have to tolerate it. So, you know, she's been at the receiving end of patriarchy, everyday patriarchy herself, but it's also about the mother who's telling her this, and the casual insensitivity of the men, alongside the normalization of male entitlement, which holds a mirror to all of us. But this is not something which is just an Indian society kind of a scenario or in the subcontinent. I'm going to screen a film by Mullen Lowen, Inspiring for Future, made by Mullen Lowen, London. And it has been made a few years back and translated in many languages. And it's a powerful film. I'm going to get your comments after that. So this is set in London in a nursery school in the suburb. And it captures how early on, provocatively, it captures how early on in their education, children are already defined career options. And when they are asked to draw a fighter pilot, a surgeon, and a firefighter. So here you go. Please tell me if you can hear it or if there's a problem. Is that good?
Yes, it is good.
We're going to people do different.
High school firefighter Gary.
Ma'am, do you have subtitles to it? Because the dialogues are not clear. Dialogues are not clear. If there is a subtitle, then participants would have been able to understand what the protagonist is.
So you can't, there's no clarity on the sound, is it?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Is that so for everybody?
Please, others, please answer.
It is so, ma'am. But even if the subtitles are not there, we will interpret the meaning. I have seen it.
No, you've seen it, but otherwise, okay. Okay, we'll just put that on. Anyway, they are asked to draw. You can see that they are asked to draw 3. Sorry, who's this?
Please, please mute your mic. Otherwise, I have to remove you from the group. Please mute your mic.
Okay, let me just screen it. It's a short one and we'll discuss it. We'll just see, because now putting subtitles or getting that in would, you know, I'll have to remove it from the chat.
Ma'am, you can just give us in a nutshell what the discussion is all about here in the movie.
Ma'am, I request let it be played. It will be clear. I think, but with the visual also it will be clear after some time.
So let me, we'll just do, it's a short film, so you just have a look and we'll stop it at that point and I will give you a...
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, yes.
Great, isn't it? Next, we're going to draw a surgeon.
Have you thought of a name for your surgeon? Jim Bob. He's a brain. Medicine.
That's okay. Next, we're going to draw a fighter pilot.
He rescues people. He rescues meows.
Okay, now who would like to meet these people for real? My name's Tamsin and I'm a surgeon in the NHS.
My name's Lauren and I'm a pilot in Royal Air Force.
My name's Lucy, I'm a firefighter in the London Fire Brigade. So who wants to know how to do an operation? Time to set the scope.
So basically, they're asked to draw a firefighter, a fighter pilot, and a surgeon. And out of the number of people who actually draw, 61 pictures are drawn of men of all these three professions, and only 5 are female. This is how soon gender stereotypes are actually, something that we obviously socialize or they see around us. What we see around us gets part of the narrative in how we think. And it's not just a South Asian phenomenon. This is something which constantly happens. And this was just to show, because very often we believe it's very South Asian and we need to, kind of put things in that perspective. It's not so. It is something which is undercurrents of it are constantly part of how we bring this on. I want to change the... I think there's an issue just now. Sorry, it's gone into...
We're going to people doing different jobs. And the first job was the same interview, everything was the same. And I just...
Sorry, can you hear a sound which is coming?
Yes, we can hear the sound, but those words...
No, I don't want that sound. I'm actually trying to move ahead to the next slide. So...
Don't let anyone tell you that you can't be a firefighter.
Okay.
Okay, yes.
Now more than ever, we need to celebrate.
No, there's still a sound. Can you hear that?
Yes, we can hear that, ma'am. Maybe at the back, try.
Ma'am, please pause the video, then play next slide, ma'am.
We're going to...
So I've paused the video, but something else has come on.
Olivia, I think she put all the...
There might be another video.
Close YouTube as such. Close it all together.
Ma'am, I think one of your YouTube link is open. Just minimize your screen and see in the Google panel if the YouTube link is open.
Okay, it's gone now.
Unshare and then see that what the video is open, ma'am. You unshare the...
No, but then I can't minimize this because it's coming on full screen. If I can only minimize if I go back to that screen, which means I have to close it, but I think it's finished now.
Yes,
So
it's done. No more sound. We are good.
No, something.
Can I unshare for you, ma'am?
Can you?
Again, it started.
His most recent book explores the
I'm
dark
just
side of
going to
screen
end the
time
show
and
1
how our
minute.
devices are affecting our well-being and happiness. Dr. Alter is also an associate professor of marketing at New York University, and his research is about judgment and decision-making in social psychology. Welcome, Dr. Alter.
Thanks for having me.
Happy to have you here today.
I can't see anything
So I
on
watched
here.
a TED Talk of yours where you were talking about between 2007 and
Ma'am,
2017
it's clearly coming to us now, the sound.
in our daily
Yeah.
lives.
So I'm just...
take it
Yes, now it is, okay, yeah. you
Yeah,
have
so I've
stopped it.
just
You have
closed
stopped
it.
You have
but
stopped it now,
Is
yes.
the presentation on now?
The presentation is not, ma'am. Your slides are not shared. We can see only you.
Okay.
Yes,
Now?
you have started screen. Yes, now it is visible. Now it is visible.
So it's clear that the gender stereotypes that we are looking at are something which are sown in us through the childhood and we're looking at it under 5 years, 6, 7 years of age, where there's this constant looking at stereotypes in terms of, independent men, dependent women, powerful men, weak women, logical versus emotional, and so on and so forth. That becomes something which is latent in the kind of, dialogue that we have. But what we need to understand is the roles that sex and gender play. Essentially, there's one basic difference, and this is something which is, also subject of review and debate in a lot of ways, is sex is associated with reproduction, and gender is associated with, the culturally and socially determined characteristics, values, attitudes, beliefs, and practices, which means you, me, all of us are actually imposing this in some senses, and there are undercurrents of this in our existence. So stereotypes are not the reality. So when we look at this slide, these are stereotypes, and all of you will say, oh, we don't really believe that, because this is an empowered group that we are, sitting with, and you would know that. But the commonplace and latent in the way we think is it exists there, and it needs to be changed. And all of us can be the change makers, being the empowered, educated ones here. They're, changing attitudes, beliefs, values, and practices, culturally, in religion, and otherwise. And herein, we need to understand that there is enough and more work that has been done on masculinity, because latent in this is, of course, notion of masculinity. And as I told you right in the beginning, that patriarchy probably impacts men equally, if not worse off, in terms of, being exploitative. There's been work done from the 1950s and before on looking at the male sex role, on hegemonic masculinity, on a whole lot of terrain of toxic masculinity as well. And the whole notion of this strong, confident kind of man that, who's projected, who's tough, aggressive, independent, violent, all these are part of something which is expected of the male. And, if we were to ask gender qualities, and if it was not an online session, if it was offline, and if we were to ask, and normally when we say, some qualities that we speak about, kind-hearted, more often than not, the women, more hands go up for women being kind-hearted, or men being aggressive, or women being emotional, and men being, the dominating ones. But these are notions of power, and we need to understand it could be either, who could be the more dominating ones, who could be aggressive. If a woman is in a position of power, she would be equally, dominating in a lot of ways. So masculinity is very central to how we are, perceiving patriarchy, because it's actually probably, worked on towards by patriarchal notions, which we are constantly kind of looking at. And I move on from Thappar to Kabir Singh, one of the most, kind of obnoxious celebration of toxic masculinity. And I call it a celebration. I've seen it in an auditorium just before COVID. And the kind of way in which people were, clapping or cheering on for the stuff that this very misogynistic kind of protagonist in the film, who's a bully, who's an abuser of women, insensitive lout, actually, alcoholic, surgeon at that. And he mouths off the dean. He takes, proprietarily stakes his claim on this girl, and he stares at her, bullies her, bullies anyone in his path as he moves her into the boys' hostel. And this whole notion of, he slaps her and he says, who knows you in college? Your identity is that you're my girl. So that whole notion of masculinity embedded with violence is something central in the kind of narrative that we are looking at. So if we are looking at a discourse along these lines, what we imagine is something central becomes this notion of masculinity. And we really need to, move towards that kind of change. And here goes, it's an advertisement. It's kind of typifies don't be an expert.
Boys not fine. लेक्चर होते नहीं है
नहीं होता यार वो देवदास लड़कियां ऐसी नहीं
So this whole propagation of aggressive masculinity in a lot of ways is part of the patriarchal upbringing that we have, of the socialization process that takes place. Very often, you have young girls who have little brothers who are told to go along with the elder sister and to safeguard her, so to say. And that whole notion of safeguard is something which must be in the mindset of both the young girl and the little boy who she's probably brought up, from childhood. Think of the psychology, what it does to the girl who loses confidence in a lot of ways, and the psychology of a little boy who's meant to be, taking care of his elder sister. So this whole, notion of violence and aggression is perhaps embedded a lot in our upbringing in a lot of ways. We are actually subjecting. We need to make that change, and I'm sure that change is happening in societies like ours, but we need to recognize, how this is happening. So there was this WhatsApp group or a Telegram group during COVID, very soon after COVID, I think March 2020, when Boys Locker Room, which, came in, which was, where you had adolescent boys in a public school who were discussing girls in their class. So we're looking at 16, 17-year-olds looking at girls in their class and wanting to rape them. It wasn't a hormonal kind of, construction of having sex or anything like that. The problem was that it was talking about a repugnant kind of a sexual violence that, which was their boyhood fantasy that they were looking at. The fantasy was to have violent sex, not with consent. So we really need to understand how quickly, we have to start speaking about consent, boundaries, equality with children, teenagers, young adults. So if Nirbhaya was a case of, juveniles becoming engaged in a repugnant kind of a sexual violence, we have to see this in the light of, and very often we said, oh, this was a different class. They didn't know better. They had not been taught better. That juvenile accused in the Nirbhaya case had not been taught better. What about the boys in the, the boys locker room case where you had public school, a prominent public school in the capital, boys who actually had this group? We have to understand that, boys locker room actually manifests how violence, indeed masculinity, exists so freely in the imagination of the youth today. It could be any of our boys. So this bigger and bigger idea of masculinity through a lot of films also. RRR, a very, very successful, Bahubali, very, very successful films also talking about it. So it's shifting to dominating with violence. So it's a wishful fantasy in boys' locker room where they say that, let's rape her. I mean, that's the kind of words that are being used. It's connecting sex with violence, not some kind of orgasmic pleasure that happens, hormonally. The problem is that this pleasure is from violence. And masculinity is based on one person's pleasure, not both persons' pleasure. So it's a sad, misconceived reality of sex as a one-way stream. That is something which we really need to understand and deconstruct in our everyday kind of discourse that we are having. And so we can do anything and say anything theoretically or talk about the law which is in place, but we need to make that change in various ways. And the problem is that masculine stereotypes are much more, they're stronger in that sense, and they help to maintain gender hierarchy by ensuring men and boys are trained and reinforced for behavior that keeps their status high. So leadership, decision-making, achievement orientation, dominance, all this become very male. We are talking about this male who, finally is manifest, the entire practice of it is manifest as toxic masculinity, where this boy or man can never be a victim. The notion of be a man, you can't cry. Violence is endemic within it. Suppressing one's emotions becomes central to it. So we do need to look at, how change needs to come in some senses, in terms of the socialization that you, me, all of us are doing. We do need to, talk about cyberbullying. Now we have the digital spaces which have been, kind of invaded with this kind of toxicity, if you like. And there's a lot of peer pressure. So, I work with adolescent boys and girls, and when we have groups of adolescent boys, they tell us that, ma'am, we have no problem doing the housework or what is considered a girl's work, but we won't do it in front of our friends because, they are going to tease us and say, ladki ka kaam kar raha hai, that kind of a thing. And the whole notion of, the peer pressure then becomes a very significant bit of how you're perceiving, your whole identity as a male and as a boy. Similarly for girls in a lot of ways. So how the girl is actually, so we get a lot of cases of, for the ICC of sexual harassment. And I would say about 40% of the cases that I've dealt with over the years, the accused actually has believed that he's been encouraged, because the girls or the women have not been vocal, have not been emphatic enough to actually say, say that no, or be clear about it, because of the upbringing here again, where she's been taught to be feminine, and it's not an attribute where you'll be aggressive about doing anything. And actually you think that if you just keep quiet and, ignore, it's going to go away. It doesn't go away. It's something which is a constant that we are faced with in the way, in the way the rest of the time the work profile works. And that is something that we need to understand. So Boys Law Room taught us that cyberbullying would be something which it's a whole issue where unwittingly, maybe it's been something which has been projected as a male dominance or taking things forth. And of course, with the internet and the kind of communication, the exposure is so much of everybody. And till somebody called out this group was existing. Peer pressure is significant. Consent is not a criteria. And that is something which we really need to emphasize on. Understanding boundaries, spaces, as I told you right in the beginning, a very feminist kind of a concept, but it's beyond physical spaces. And that space, what we have in terms of spaces that we occupy are very, very boxed. And you have gender boxes of space that needs to be understood. But so do boundaries need to be understood on both quarters. Pleasure of well, not just consensual, but welcome sex, to take this forth that we are looking at. So we need to speak about building models of consent. It can't be tu haan kar ya na kar, tu hai meri Kiran. And very often I'm told that, oh, ma'am, he was a psychopath. So, this is not something we are going to be, subjecting ourselves to and say that this is what consent means. If that is really so, there are many psychopaths in society. I mean, the kind of violence that is happening, and I have a short film on that, from 1 Billion Rising Against Violence, it is something which is endemic to the way, it is projected. So it really should be tu haan kar ya na kar. I will respect your decision, Kiran. And that is something which we need to teach our boys and girls. So we have this whole notion of girls getting empowered But now the boys need to get empowered enough to be able to cope with that. So stricter laws and penalties cannot be, the only way to keep women and girls safe. While women's safety or concern of girls and women is a valid societal concern, we need to be equally concerned about what is happening to the men and boys in this changing world. So the narrative and the discourse along these is beyond laws and punishment. Laws and punishment are necessary, but their deterrent value is questionable. It's debatable whether it's really there. So we really have to build in notions of, a kind of move beyond the gender-related expectation. Funk and Vahan have actually looked at instrumental versus the expressive, where of course the instrumental are like adventurous, dominant, forceful, independent, strong, masculine are male, are masculine, but expressive, like the sentimental, submissive, superstitious, are female. That is something that we need to move beyond, because that is something which patriarchy is constantly reinforcing. And in COVID, it, kind of showed this, and I want to acknowledge feminism in India for the caricature here. The clueless man in the household, because he didn't know what to do. And that whole patriarchal mindset expects the man to be the breadwinner, stereotypically the man to be the breadwinner. And when that was, when he couldn't be that, and in that situation, the cluelessness of the man, or his, and we need to appreciate this, his lockdown anxiety became a significant part of, how things were kind of unfolding during COVID. And this is something which we need to appreciate in terms of violence, because domestic violence increased manyfold during COVID. Violence, which was not simply a physical or a biological act that we are speaking about, we are creating it. It's located in our social and cultural context, is what, I'm getting at. And I don't want to do too much on violence, but a short film here, which there's a trigger warning, the next that I'm going to show. It's a film by Eve Ensler and Tony Strobel, made by, for and by 1 Billion Rising Against Violence. And which is, of course, for all of those who don't know about it, it's a global campaign started by Eve Ensler. She founded it to end rape and violence in society against women. It was started in 2012, so over 10 years now, as part of the V-Day movement. And the billion in that 1 billion rising, the statistic billion refers to the UN statistic that 1 in 3 women will be raped or beaten in her lifetime, or about 1 billion out of those, hence 1 billion rising against violence. And we've had the South Asian component, for all of you who would know, Kamla Bhasin, who kind of was spearheaded this. And this is a film, which is a short film, which is kind of showing the nature of the violence, so that I don't need to, kind of. So there's a trigger warning, it will disturb some of you. And it is very, very visual. So even if you miss on the music, which is coming behind, it's okay. So it goes on because it's on by 1 billion rising. It's kind of, you know, showing how you can move ahead along those lines and how they've joined the movement. But the kind of violence we are speaking about here has to do with domestic violence, has to do with the fact that, you know, it's a subjugation, it's a mechanism for subjugation of women, whether in society in general or in interpersonal relationships, intimate partner violence and others. Such violence may arise out of, you know, an entitlement, a superiority, a notion of, a notion of a sense of entitlement, which we are giving in terms of the way in which we socialize. So similar attitudes in the perpetuator or his violent nature, especially against women. So myriad forms of violence, domestic violence, marital rape, femicide, early marriage, child marriage, human trafficking, sexual violence, female genital mutilation, son preference, dowry-related violence, online digital violence, and we gave instances of online digital violence. It's through entire social media that we're looking at it, you know, apart from boys' locker room, there are many such instances on Facebook, Insta, and others, where there's been, you know, reporting of that, but that's something which we take for granted. So, you know, from domestic violence to, you know, physical abuse, verbal, emotional, economic, all of which is part of the law, yet it continues in a lot of ways. Sexual harassment at workplace, and, you know, by definition itself, it's talking about a whole lot of areas, which is part of CEDAW, just to put it in perspective here as well. And you never have witnesses for something like harassment, but yet you need to, you know, kind of understand that any kind of thing which is against consent, and of course there are two kinds of, you know, ways in which sexual harassment is actually practiced, and what could be the backdrop of it, from quid pro quo to a hostile environment that's being created in a lot of ways. Issues of rape or marital rape are also coming up in a big way. You know, Kerala High Court had put in this as part of, you know, talking about women's agency, and the court noted that marital rape occurs when the husband is under the notion that the body of the wife owes it to him. So, but in the modern social kind of jurisprudence, spouses in marriages are treated as equal partners. So it really shouldn't be, husband and wife are equal partners, and any superiority which is being manifest over the wife, either with reference to individual status, becomes something which should not be there. So they took very strong cognizance of the fact that this kind of empowering of agency is problematic. And all of this has to do with power and control. There's a power dynamic when we talk about violence in myriad ways, you know, sexual or otherwise that it is. And what it does is that the descriptive and the prescriptive categories become something which, you know, where the prescriptive, there's overdose of the prescriptive, where gender stereotypes are more than just descriptive, and they become prescriptive in society, i.e. when boys and men are actually told this is how you should be, like unwritten but powerful, ways in which rules for men and women, what they ought to do to conform to the society's expectations about femininity and, you know, masculinity. So you might have all these laws in place that we have, yet you have violence which exists, you know. So it's not as if the laws are not needed, but what's important for us to recognize here is that perhaps laws are just a bargaining chip. And unless we change the discourse, unless we change the bottom line where it's going to be all kinds of other notions that we would be having to deal with without understanding that we are practically responsible for it. Past violence against women, many cases, and you've just spoken about how you had a session, so I won't go into that. Domestic violence in a lot of ways, stereotypes, prescriptive stereotypes, you know, the whole notion of violence. I have a short film here, but I think I'll just leave it so that we can leave time for discussion. I also have to join a selection committee, so I'm going to leave like about 10 minutes early, Madhumita. So that's why I came in early here.
Sure, sure, absolutely. Yes.
So if, I mean,
We can start the question answer session because already the chat box is flooding up with
okay,
compliments.
I can't see the chat box now, so I'm just going
Okay,
to.
I will read out. I will read out the question.
Yeah, so I'm just
Sorry,
quickly going to do, but before we end a session on gender, and we are looking at gender discourses, we have to look at move beyond the binary.
Yes,
And
yes.
that is
yes,
something
absolutely.
I can't do a session without actually just mentioning it, if nothing else, because that's something we, it is a non-binary, and we need to look at the larger picture here in terms of the change beyond the cisgender, basically. Where cisgender is, of course, the person, whose gender identity and expression matches the sex that they were assigned at birth. And the cis person is mostly according to the prescribed kind of expectation of society. And the cis person also enjoys certain privileges as their identities, the default identity, treated as the society's default identity, gender identity. But it's really not something so simple. And we can't speak about a whole session of gender without looking at sexual orientation. In other words, who do I love? Do I love a man or a woman? So lesbian, gay, bisexual, asexual, heterosexual, pansexual. And of course, the other side, the gender identity. Who am I? Transgender, transsexual, transvestite, intersex, gender fluid, gender non-binary, and so on and so forth. I mean, we really need to look at that. And very quickly, gendered systems are gendered, spaces are gendered, work is gendered in various ways where, men occupy hard portfolios when it comes to ministries, or, that set of being the breadwinners in a lot of ways, and women are the private spaces. Political systems are gendered. Spaces are gendered, and the most deprived in this are, of course, the other genders, where they have limited spaces in which they occupy. So we really need to look at this whole notion of social space in terms of the patriarchal society creating hegemonic masculinity in various ways, with gendered socialization happening. Here, the third gender and other genders or other identities are looked at with skepticism. You could have laws in place which are there, but when they actually operate, it is not accepted healthily, and it's not something that we are taught to. So if I have somebody on the panel, I have to ask the person, how do you want me to address you? Because I don't know better. And that's something we'll have to start doing constantly. So this kind of social reproduction of patriarchy becomes a very significant way in which, we need to perceive it. And here I want to emphasize that the gender difference or the sex difference is not the problem. The problem is gender inequality. That inequality which you, me, all of us are perpetuating, which puts women in a disadvantageous position vis-a-vis men. It puts the men in a disadvantageous position vis-a-vis women, and it puts the others genders completely in the least advantageous position. And we're constantly trying to, explain that away. We really need to construct or deconstruct structures, systems, stereotypes in gender, and construct equality. And I just want to end with, this is my world of expectations, my world of do's and don'ts, my world of belonging, my world of relationships that are intimate, demanding, compulsive, and controlling. In this kind of multiple roles and relationships that I have, which are pushing and pulling me in many directions, I lose touch with my being. I lose touch with my process of becoming. I lose touch with my search to discover equations in relationships and well-being. Very importantly, I lose touch with my space. But the most debilitating is I lose touch with my rhythm with myself. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'm a little lost for word here. It is such an intense lecture. Ma'am, see, people are all complimenting how excellent and how wonderful, inspiring, thought-provoking, mind-blowing. So this is Ma'am,
I like an interpretation here that Sabiha, I think, has given. So she says it should be tu haan kar ya na kar, main hu tera kiran. Okay.
yes. Yes, and then, ma'am, there are questions. Yes, this is one thing. The violence in the live-in relationship. I mean, we had been first the violence was related to caste. Oh my goodness, who is this? Who is this? First, there was caste-related violence. Two people cannot fall in love or get married related to caste or different religion. Now we have people living in such relationship, but they're being so violent to each other. So the violence that you talk about in films like Shah Rukh Khan, where he is a psychopath, now we are normalizing that kind of psychopathic behavior. And most normal, ordinary people are displaying that kind of such severe aggression, which is inexplicable. And they are saying they're inspiring each other. The Shraddha murder case has inspired this person who is a mere ration shop employee. So like I mean, are we witnessing a kind of paradigm shift in gender violence?
Now, I think we are deconstructing it now, which is good. So I feel a lot of hope because we have human rights, public administration and political science in the pol science department. And my human rights students, I give them to do, you can do a role play, you can do a presentation as part of your assessment. And I have groups of boys actually talk about period poverty, talk about menstrual health. So I do see a sensitivity which is happening in the next generation. They don't have the kind of, mindsets that we have. And I think consent is coming. This is something which we need to replicate in a lot of ways in our everyday, whatever we are teaching, wherever we are, whatever subject it is, I think it should be part of our discourse to actually, and it's not just quote unquote respecting women, very often they say, nahi, that's a problem. We shouldn't send her. Please don't. Please treat her as equal. We don't want to become goddesses. We really want to be treated as human and somebody who's respected. So I've just come back from Kashmir, and there was this whole debate on menstrual hygiene and stuff like that. And the lady who was presenting, a sociologist from Manipur, gave her whole study, and she was, she took up examples from religion. And when it comes to religion, very often we are so defensive about it. And she said that in Islam, this is not, they actually say that the girl, she should be away from that. In Hinduism, Sabrimala and other cases were taken up. And people were so defensive about it, saying, oh, we are giving that girl a chance to rest. So I said, great, that's absolutely wonderful. Why didn't you give her a chance to rest throughout? Why does it have to be during the time she's menstruating? So that whole notion of, we are safeguarding our custom and religion, and we don't want to hear anything against it. Things are changing. And I think that's something, that narrative needs to be brought forth. And I don't know if I have answers, if there are any questions, and if I have answers, because we have to seek our own answers in the way we are, in our everyday existence in a lot of ways.
Yes.
And that is
here as a question that whenever she talks about equality, then it comes to she's expected to do things which as a female I may find difficult. So you cannot talk about equality. Then comes the question, and if you're talking about equality, you have to do everything. But then we had a brilliant session from somebody from Vivigiri Labor Institute, National Labor Institute, about the time-lapse women's work. Because women are involved in giving care, the household responsibilities. Why, that takes so much of the time that in the professional field, that whenever we are asked to do jobs which we find difficult to perform because these domestic responsibilities often interfere with our professional life. So that is
what is the number of, what is the, number of women and men in this group? In terms of ratio?
Women
are outnumbering? from what I
think
can see.
I think women are outnumbering. Definitely women
Yeah.
are outnumbering men here. Yes.
So I think we'll agree that as women, we expect very little from the men in our lives. We need to expect more. It's not a support for us, it's the support for the family. It's a societal concern, this is not a women's concern. And this is something we need to be very, very, clear about, that the expectation. I have friends, who are journalists, extremely empowered, different time, their time working profile is, late. It's not as if there's any segregation there. But my, girls who are journalist friends tell me that, we, make statements like that, my spouse or partner, whatever, is very, very good. When I go, he makes this cup of tea for me. So I wait for more to come, but more doesn't come. So they're happy with that cup of tea or just, being given. It needs to be equal in a lot of ways. It needs to be that you're supporting each other in various ways. That's why women can't make real choices. So when we talk about women's agency, it's got to do with the lack of support, lack of, that equality. It's not a level playing field. Women feel this guilt. I don't see men feeling that guilt, this constant guilt that family, anything goes wrong, she blames herself. Rarely do I find a male, and I'm not, this is not meant to be a male bashing, but this is the way boys and girls are socialized in a lot of ways, which is not to say that, none of the men feel the guilt or they don't feel the emotions. Of course they do. And that's where we are stereotyping constantly, and we need to make a change there. But somewhere along the line, we need to understand why, we have these sessions with the Lieutenant Governor where, discussing as women's groups, and you have police commissioners coming and saying, oh, I am very, sensitized because I have 2 daughters. So I have to say, excuse me, sir, that doesn't sensitize you. What do you do beyond that? Just because, you think that you know it all. Having said that, just because you're a woman doesn't mean you're sensitized. We've had the most obnoxious kind of rulings come from women judges as well.
Right.
So, that's something which we need to balance somewhere along the line.
Yes.
So yes, Indrani, Sabiha, all of you, who liked this, please replicate, this in everyday existence, because I think it's just, I'm not telling you something out of the ordinary. This is something which we all face. In fact, we take for granted. Now, each time we see an abuse happening, every day in the newspaper, there's a rape or something, we're so blasé about it. We have, there's no sense of shock. We need to, make it something which is not a normal, and create another, kind of platform for actually bringing that. And that we can do with our boys and girls as mothers, sisters, fathers, brothers, grandfathers, whatever that we are, to make that change, because it can happen. Another thing I'd like to say is, what I find very hopeful is when we are doing sessions, we do it with the police for self-defense. We throw in a lot of gender sessions in it. And these are school children, because Jamia is school as well, and then later ones. And a lot of them come back in the valedictory with their parents, who come and tell us that this workshop of yours, initially they are very suspicious because they think, God knows what these feminists are going to tell our kids. So when we do it only with the girls, the parents actually have got back at the valedictory and told us this has been a learning for us. They've come back and told us that you don't know there's a law, you don't know this. So that, I think, is something which is like a reverse kind of socialization happening.
Yes.
It's coming, it's going, it's not just top down, but it's bottom up. So the kids are actually telling the parents and they're learning. So I'm very hopeful change with our children in the classes, at home, wherever we can. I think there'll be a multiplier effect. So
Absolutely, ma'am. I'm very hopeful too, ma'am. I'm very hopeful. And as teachers, we have responsibilities not only to live by examples in the class, but also at our home. I really liked, and it shook me a little, what you said at the beginning of the lecture, that how many of you as a women have actually told your family, your parental family, that you need a share of their property. I have a personal story to that, which I don't want to share here, but I did. And when I told my colleagues that I actually did that I asked for that share, I was told, oh, Bengal mein hota hai, Uttar Pradesh mein we do not ask for properties. So, So those kind of
No,
things are
it
there.
should, my point is that it should not come to the law because we
Yes.
will not want to use it. It
Yes.
should be something which is normal.
Yes,
But,
normal.
what we have normalized is, the shares going elsewhere.
Yes.
That's the sad bit.
Yes.
And you'll probably, whatever the share that you get, it's anyway going to be shared with whoever you are.
Yes.
So
Yes.
this is just something which, for your own confidence and for your own sense of equality, you should get it, and not being a doormat.
Yes.
That's the important bit.
Thank you so much. You taught us, ma'am, to some of the things, we know already. But when you actually poke us and provoke us to rethink those assumptions, it was really, really helpful. And I'm sure we are going to go back to our classes, to our lives, with this fresh in our mind, that talking about gender equality is one thing, and living a life where you expect that respect, that equality, and implement that equality is another ball game altogether. Hopefully we'll be able to do that. Thank you, ma'am, so much.
Thank you all, and look forward to you being the change makers. Thank you all.
Thank you. Dear participants, we are going to leave now, and we are going to come back at 2 o'clock for our third session with Dr. Sangeeta Dasgupta from JNU. So this is our lunch break. Please enjoy this time with your family so that we can be back at time at 2 o'clock to start our session with Dr. Sangeeta Dasgupta. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Professor Dasgupta.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you after having communicated with you through email and
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. It's a pleasure. And participants are joining in, but we are not going to delay our session for that. They will. We are having on an average around 50 participants per session. So they join in pretty quickly. In the meantime, what I will do is I will introduce you to everybody. And yeah, so as the participants join in. I have already dropped in the message at the WhatsApp group.
Okay, thanks.
A second. So participants, welcome back. A very good afternoon to all of you. So this is the third session of the day. Okay, so I will introduce Professor Dasgupta to all of you. Professor Dr. Sangeeta Dasgupta, a renowned scholar and professor at the Center for Historical Studies in the School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, India. With a distinguished career in academia, Professor Dasgupta has made significant contributions to the field of historical studies. Her expertise lies in conducting research and teaching on various aspects of history, with a focus on social, cultural, and political dimensions. As a faculty member at JNU, Professor Dasgupta plays a vital role in shaping the education and intellectual discourse at one of India's premier institutions. Through her engaging teaching style and insightful research, she inspires students to critically analyze and understand the complexities of historical processes and their relevance to contemporary society. Professor Dasgupta's scholarly work has been widely published in prestigious national and international journals, contributing to the advancement of historical knowledge and enriching the academic community. Her research interests encompass a wide range of topics, including social movements, cultural transformations, and political ideologies. With her extensive knowledge and deep passion for history, Professor Sangeeta Dasgupta continues to make significant contribution to the Center for Historical Studies at JNU. Her dedication to teaching, research, and the pursuit of historical understanding make her a respected figure in the field of social sciences. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. A warm welcome to you. So please, now the field is yours.
Thank you very, very much for an extremely generous introduction. I'm not very sure that I deserve all of this, but it's very, very encouraging to begin actually with this note. So thanks.
To be honest with you, ma'am, I did not write that. Our MA and PhD scholars have researched all our participants, and actually they have read it, wrote that, and I'm just reading out because as per the rule of this kind of professional, they can participate but cannot actively participate. They can be the listener. So actually they have researched, they have written. So I will convey to them that you have been very happy listening to it.
Yes, certainly. And very flattered too. So do thank them on my behalf.
All right. Yes.
But thank you very much for inviting me to speak here. The nicest part of speaking to an audience like this is one gets a lot of feedback. And for us in academia, this feedback becomes critical in pushing forward the kind of work that we are trying to do. And so I'm really looking forward to your comments, to your suggestions, and actually to your response on what I'm going to be talking about. The title, of course, of my talk is The Many Narratives of Tana Pasts, Reading Adivasi Movements in Colonial India. What I'm going to do is I will be taking about 50 minutes for the talk, and then I'll open it up for a discussion. There is a PowerPoint which I'd like to share because I'm talking about the Tana Bhagats who are a part of the Orao community. And when I actually screen the PowerPoint, you'll see that it's a very, very different kind of image that you'll have of an Adivasi community. Let me also point out that I'm using the word Adivasi, and quite consciously so. We have three contending categories: Adivasi, indigenous peoples, and tribes. Of course, scheduled tribe is also there because it's It's a legal category. It's a state category. All of these terms are often used interchangeably. And yet what we need to recognize is that each of these terms has its own genealogy. And that's something that we need to recognize. So for those of us who are engaging in Adivasi histories, the term that we adopt is very closely linked to our location, where we position ourselves in the larger field of Adivasi studies, stroke tribal studies, or whichever is the term that you choose to use. I, of course, consciously choose the word Adivasi in case I'm asked at the end of the presentation to make a comment on that. Of course, I would come along and share that with you. But what we do find is that in recent times, Adivasi communities are central, or rather becoming increasingly visible when we talk about debates around indigeneity, identity, development, conversion. And while I'm not arguing for an inevitable linearity between the post-colonial and the colonial, nevertheless, many of these issues that we talk about has its genesis in the colonial past. And this is why we need to explore the links between contemporary Adivasi protest and what happens in the colonial period, where even today Adivasi protest draws upon memories of the past. And therefore, I hope that part of what I'm going to be talking about would be relevant to the ongoing debate that is going on when we try to write Adivasis into a larger project of history writing. At the same time, I hope that what I'm going to be talking about is also going to be a critical lens through which we can also study non-Adivasi worlds. But most importantly, what I also talk about are the dilemmas that we face while writing Adivasi histories, while crafting narratives around Adivasi protest. What is it that we really face in the field? What is it like to engage in this field as a historian, more comfortable in the colonial archive? These are also some of the points that I would like to mention. And therefore, what sense do I make when I go to the field, when I communicate with the Tana Bhagats, the subjects of this paper? How do I look at the relationship between the colonial and the post-colonial, the past and the present, the archive and oral narratives, between the written and, in other words, the oral? How do I analyze contending truths that are produced in narratives around Adivasi protest, the claims that are made, the politics that is expressed? What are the methodological challenges of writing Adivasi history? And this actually brings me to another point, which is the precarious nature of a historian's work when faced with the destruction of the archives, particularly of archives which are important for writing Adivasi histories, where some eccentric state official might decide that this is important to be preserved and this is just not worth it. When the head of a private institution believes that some papers could be easily dispensed with, how do we then deal with this absence in the archive? Not just the absence of Adivasi voices, but also the absence which is created by the whimsical imperatives of maybe an official who is looking after the archives. And I talk about it especially because this is a problem that I faced. When I was working on the Tana Bhagat movement and I went to the commissioner's record room, I was very excited because, the titles of the files were emerging. And so I was just waiting to see what's inside. And I was told that nothing is inside because, there was a problem of space. And therefore, the commissioner decided that let's burn what's inside. We have a shortage of space. How do I deal with it? How do I begin to write histories? These are the things that we actually face. And therefore, it is extremely important to take up archiving projects. That's something which I hope that some of you at least will be understanding the importance of. So I'm presently, in fact, doing an archival project where I'm looking at the voices of an Adivasi leader to see how we can bring in these kinds of voices in the writing of history. How then do we also, as historians, move beyond the colonial stereotypes? How do we understand or read oral narratives? that's something which also becomes critical. And in fact, the use of oral narratives, the practice of oral history has transformed writing history in the African history context. Yet in the case of Adivasi studies in the Indian context, it is still dependent on the colonial archive. K.S. Singh was in fact one of the pioneers who tried to bring in Munda songs, but these songs were not integrated within the text. These were part of the appendix to the text. You also have, in fact, when the subaltern studies talk about the movement into oral narratives, we have David Hardiman including oral narratives and using an oral archive. It is a chapter in the book. It is not an integral part of the book. In fact, it's Ajay Sakaria, whose hybrid histories is one of the earliest ways of actually trying to incorporate it. But what I'm trying to talk about is that while testimonies have been important in writing of Dalit histories, in the writing of histories of partition, when we are talking about testimonies in the context of Adivasi histories, it still hasn't been central. And that's something that we really need to bring into our writing of Adivasi histories. Memories are, of course, living histories. Through oral histories and through oral history interviews, those hidden from history can inscribe their experiences, personal and collective, onto the historical record. They offer their own interpretations of history and use history or their ideas of history, often for contemporary political purposes. Although historians have been actually notoriously wary of memory as a historical source, and oral history has generated huge debates on the reliability of memory, on the psychology of the interview relationship, on the interpretation of lives. Historians like Portelli have actually pointed out that archival records also have their own set of problems. Neither can be privileged over the other. What we therefore need to think through, and I hope that this presentation will open up some of these issues, is how do we read oral narratives against official histories? How do we look at the relationship between memory and what we understand as history? We therefore need to actually recognize the complex interplay between different ways of communication. And this is what we, particularly as historians, are beset with a series of problems. Oral narratives and the written seem to just seamlessly move from one into the other. What do I mean by that? So let me refer once again to my experiences, because perhaps that's one way that we can grapple with the problematics of writing Adivasi histories, and that's what I'm trying to do in this presentation. You see, I was talking about my experience in Ranchi. So when these files were just arriving like this and nothing was inside, I was just looking and thinking, what do I do? When the record keeper, who was actually Topo Saab, looked at me and said, don't worry, I'll tell you what is the history, as if I was actually looking only for the history. And when he was talking, I was thinking that, this sounds just eerily familiar. Where is it coming from? And then he triumphantly looked at me and he said, where this is all from? This is from Dalton's descriptive ethnology. If you look at Dalton's descriptive ethnology, he talks about the fact that he's talking to village elders. It is through their words that he tries to bring about what he refers to as authentic history. So where are we actually situated in this seamless moving between the oral and the written and the oral? And it is there that we have to once again recognize that this is yet another problematic for somebody who's dealing with oral narratives. Memory and history cannot always be separated, as Nora has pointed out. The remnants of experience still lived in the warmth of tradition, in the silence of custom, in the repetition of the ancestral, have been displaced under the pressure of a fundamentally historical sensibility. And I'm quoting Nora because it's such a powerful statement that actually encompasses the problematic in the writing of Adivasi histories. But this takes me to yet another point. I know that I'm coming up with certain points at the very outset of the presentation, because this is what I'm going to be building on through the course of the lecture. And therefore, what I want to talk about is through the, I'm a historian. So for me, a historical explanation is what becomes important. But yet, when you look at the people, when you actually talk with those who have been a part of an ongoing movement, and I'm just very lucky that the Tana Bhagat movement, which began over 100 years ago, still continues. The Tanas are still practicing the Tana faith, as they call it. And when I went in 2012, I just went with this naive belief that, I could bring, my work to some sort of a conclusion. Oral and written would somewhat be tied together. And yet what happens is, paradoxically, my interaction with the Tana Bhagats provoked me to think afresh, raised questions I had not even conceptualized before. It gave an absolutely different turn to the historian's craft. And therefore, in fact, I'm always deeply indebted to those who are a part of my fieldwork experiences, because it actually opens up the whole idea of how do we actually deal with Adivasi histories, how do we craft narratives of Adivasi histories. But what I also want to talk about is, as a historian most comfortable in the colonial archives, what is the methodological challenge that I'm talking about? Between the history that we as historians write and the history that the community writes through petitions and pamphlets, or the community expresses, communicates, there is a difference. There is a difference which actually makes one understand that the explanatory frame which we draw from a historical perspective cannot always address these issues that are thrown up through oral narratives. What it helps us understand, therefore, are the limitations of history as a discipline. It makes us understand that the everyday practices of Adivasi communities cannot be understood through the fair doses of rationality that the history of discipline demands of its practitioners. And therefore, what we need to understand is the need to recognize the gap, the open-endedness of history as a tool. Following from that, I do not tie up my story. I leave my narrative open-ended. I try to talk about the fact that while it is important for me as a historian to understand, and I see my narrative as a narrative rather than the narrative, there are different ways of understanding Tana pasts, I also believe that it is critical to include the Tana's own perception of the self, the meanings that they may attach to their attributed unity. It is also necessary, I argue, to deconstruct these narratives. So you deconstruct the oral narratives also and recognize the politics of representation. Okay, so with these large points that I've tried to make through this presentation, let me then talk about what I'm going to do in this presentation. There are three stories that I'm going to put forward before you. A story that will be drawn from the colonial archive. I will very briefly then move to the kind of language that we need to unpack when we look at these stories. I will then talk about another narrative, which is the historian's narrative. How do I look at Adivasi histories? In what way do I posit my arguments vis-a-vis the others who have already talked about these things? Because this is covering quite a bit, I won't be able to get into a historiographical engagement as much as I would have loved to, but I'll just make some brief points as the historian's narrative. And the third part of it is going to be about the narrative of the people, the community. How do we look at this? And I'll then try to see what we can pull together, what we cannot pull together, how we can therefore understand Adivasi pasts. Is there anything that anybody wants to ask? Should I just continue?
I think, ma'am, you can keep on speaking, and if people have questions, please start writing. You do not really have to wait till the end. Ma'am can see it from the chat box and she can stop and answer and then move on if you want to do that. So please I mean, the chat box is open to all, ma'am, so they can just start interjecting questions.
Okay, okay. So in the flow, maybe I'll not look at the chat box. If you'll
I
alert
will
me.
let you know. If too many questions come up, I will let you know, ma'am. Take a look. Otherwise, then at the end, we will give you time to address those questions.
Okay, so what I'm also going to do is I'll share the screen so
Yes.
that you have a sense of the community I'm talking about, who the
Yes.
Tana Bhagats are. So just bear with me for a minute. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, ma'am.
Visible?
It is visible.
Okay, okay. So should I, then I just move into, it's not full screen, no?
No, it is not full screen, ma'am.
It's not full screen as yet. So,
Is it full screen on your end, ma'am?
It's not full screen at my end either.
Ma'am, you can
I-
just go down. You will find a Tumblr-like icon at the end. If you drag your PPT a little bit at the top, you can see at the end of the right-hand side of your PPT, a Tumblr-like structure. If you click on that, where they are showing you the percentage, of the screen size. Just beside
Yeah,
it, Tumblr-like structure. Yes, just click on that.
Is that
Yes.
better? No,
Ma'am,
it's
no,
taken it off.
do not increase that. Do not increase that. Just
Once-
the Tumblr-like structure. It's a basin-like structure. Just beside it.
I can't see it. So
Ma'am,
why
it's
don't
on your
I-
screen only. Your PPT screen has it at the end, right-hand side, at the end.
I don't see a tumbler. What I
A basin-like structure. It's a rectangle with a stand. A rectangle with a stand. Just beside that scale, on the left-hand side of that scale.
Is it okay if it's not a full screen? Is that
It's okay, it
it's
doesn't
okay?
matter, it doesn't matter.
So let me just leave it at that, because
Yes,
I do find it a bit difficult to handle this, but
Yeah,
and every
it's
time
okay.
I do it,
Everybody can see it. Yes.
if you can see, that's okay. So of course, the movement that I'm talking about is in Jharkhand, and I have that on the map for you to see. A closer map would indicate that the movement that I'm talking about is in Chota Nagpur. You have the districts marked out. This is largely in Hazaribagh, Palamau, Sarguja, Jashpur. So part of the princely states are also in it. But let me move actually to the Tana Bhagats. This is the icon of Adivasi protest, one of the icons, I would say, of Adivasi protest. On the left, you can actually see the image of Jatra Bhagat. I really wish I could have made this larger, because it's a bit.
Please, can you bring your cursor down where it is written click to add notes? Do you see that? Click to add notes down. Can you bring down your cursor? Yes, click to add notes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, just below it are several icons, right?
No, it's actually, no, I can't see
Just
that.
below it, go towards the right.
So you have notes, comments,
just now you put your cursor, just now where you put your cursor, just beside it. Now you have, go to the second one, don't click. Go to the, after that, please go, there is certain comments, right? Then go again, this is slide. Then after that, yes, this
slideshow. Yeah.
Yes, there you are.
That's what I was supposed to, I wasn't able to find the slideshow. Anyway, so thanks a lot. Okay, so here you can actually see, the statue of Jatra Bhagat. And I will come to the significance of this statue when I come towards the end of the presentation. But for the moment, what you can also see is, you can see the Oraos very, very differently dressed from the usual idea of the tribe that you have in mind when you think of Adivasi communities. So under the statue, the Tana Bhagats are praying, and this is 1st October and 2nd October. I'll talk about it later. But for the moment, under the statue of Jatra Bhagat, is an image of Gandhi, a photograph of Gandhi, a painting of Gandhi, somewhere through which Gandhi is being represented. Now let's look at this and try to understand. This is the Tana Bhagat in present times, wearing the Gandhi cap, the Congress cap, dressed in khaddar with the janeu along, not where you wear it, but around your neck, as if ready for a performance. It is not always possible to buy khaddar. You often buy nylon or you don't wear the white. But there are times when you actually wear this attire and it is important to wear it. And I'll talk about that as we proceed. I'll come to the rest of it later, but let me then talk about the first bit of the narrative, the story of the Tana Bhagat. So let me introduce the Tana Bhagats to all of you, because it's through a story of the Tana Bhagats that I will actually be talking about what the points that I'm trying to make. Contending narratives, if we look at different kinds of records, official correspondence, ethnographic reports, anthropological accounts, missionary writings, all of these, when we are juxtaposing one against the other, there is a story. There is a story of the Tana Bhagat movement. A story which has breaks, which has biases, which has dissimilar emphases, but which is, however, critical for our understanding of this movement. Jatra Orao of Gumla in Ranchi in April 1914 received a message from Dharmesh, the god of the Oraos. Jatra was to be a king, and his followers, the Tana Bhagats, were to share the kingdom. All those who did not come together with Jatra would be struck dumb. Reciting what he claimed were divinely inspired mantras, Jatra advocated that Orao religion should be freed of evils like ghost finding, exorcism, belief in spirits, animal sacrifice, and drinking. His followers were not to work as coolies any longer. God would provide the food. And if there were just very few quadrangles, these were sufficient for feeding the entire Tana population. The movement goes on. How does it happen? Followers come to Jatra, learn the ideas, go back to their villages, and a series of communication networks are then set up. The movement now from Ranchi moves to Palamau, Hazaribagh, some of the princely states. In 1918, there is yet another rebellion that breaks out. And this is in Sirguja, a princely state, where you begin to talk about a battle where the Oraos would predict that the Maharaja would be defeated. And the usual story, bullets would melt into water, swords would twist in the hands of the soldiers, Brahmins and Muslims would be killed, and so on. By 1919, you have a new leader coming up. Jatra Bhagat recedes. And you have Sibu Bhagat, who comes up as the new leader of the Tana Bhagats. Here you hear Sibu saying that Bhagwan is going to be there with the Tana Bhagats. You must be against the Brahmins, Rajputs, Baniyas, Marwaris, Musalmans. Oraos need not work. Bhagwan will feed them. You move on to the 1920s. From 1921, you have the non-cooperationists who come for the first time to Ranchi. Fresh injunctions are now added to the Tana tenets. Followers are to carry the Congress chanda. They're supposed to wear khaddar. You to take vows in Gandhi Maharaj's name. Rumors now grow around Gandhi, his charkha and Swaraj. Swaraj being self-rule. And the Tana Bhagats now come within the organizational fold of the Congress. Almost 100 years have lapsed since then. And the 100 years that we are talking about is, of course, an extremely long time. And yet, today you have the Tana Bhagat movement still continuing. The form, of course, is now completely different. You have Tanas wearing clothes made of khaddar and with Gandhi topis on their heads. They're walking down in processions along the streets of Ranchi, blowing conch shells, a continuation from colonial times. They sit on hartals, they submit their petitions before the government officials, and therefore the Tana Bhagat movement is still alive. It's only that the way they frame their grievances today are different. A dwindling and yet visible community of about 10,000 people, their movement is fractured from within, with various groups articulating their grievances differently and advocating very different paths for their agitation. For political parties, this is a very small group. What is its relevance? Their ideas, their demands are beyond the scope of judicial and bureaucratic complexity and rationality. But they have a status, and that comes out if you look at this image. They show the influence of the Congress and of Gandhi on Adivasi minds. And therefore, emphasizing this commitment to Gandhi, the Congress has given them a hearing. You have them coming for visits to Delhi, Rajendra Prasad, Nehru, Indira Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, and even Rahul Gandhi has approached them because it actually symbolizes the Congress's reach over the Adivasis. They're invited to Delhi as well. From amongst the community, some of them have tried their hands with electoral politics. You do have Ganga Tana Bhagat, who was a member of the state legislature. You have also some who have got Congress tickets, but there are many others who are completely lost in the scattered pockets of Jharkhand, finding their practices economically difficult, economically unviable to sustain. They're lost in a past that is difficult to continue in the present. It is an uncertain future. And yet they carry on with their belief in Jatra Bhagat, the Mahatma, the Congress, and the Sarkar in Delhi. Now, how do we look at colonial narratives about this? While I've strung together a story for you, what I want to talk about is just a few key words or key sets of words through which this movement has been understood. So what sense do the missionaries, colonial officials, and anthropologists make of the Tana Bhagats? How do they appear in colonial records? It's very interesting. They come as people who are lost, who need to be, who have nothing in them. So Jatra is a lunatic who is to be placed under the observation of a civil surgeon. You find in their invocations a dangerous political element. You have the Tana Bhagats fitted into a larger story of the spread of Christianity, administrative turbulence, Congress politics. Their voices are very difficult to recover from the colonial archive. And so if I look at the missionaries, how do they look at the Tana Bhagat movement? It's actually a demonstration or a procession or, which is against the church, which is seen to attack the church. And therefore they talk about the flock, thousands of their flock from the converted Christians who've moved on. Their agitation plays havoc amongst both the Christians and the pagans, yet another missionary term that is used. And therefore, Jatra Bhagat's position is a threat to the true religion or the true religion of the church. Jatra Bhagat, who says that he's the son of God, is actually trying to come in with the devil. His words were like shrieks of a people badly tortured by the devil. So you can actually see the kind of expressions that are used because Jatra Bhagat's movement is seen in the language that is typical of missionaries. It is their language which determines how the movement is understood. If you look at the administrative records, on the other hand, they see these communities as essentially peaceful and law-abiding, but they always have a latent propensity to violence. Theirs is a history of unrest. There are times when there's little to actually reflect on. There are times when things go completely astray. And therefore, Jatra Bhagat, as I said, becomes a lunatic. There are decidedly dangerous elements. You're looking for a political element. You're trying to understand. But the implicit understanding is that Chota Nagpur is different from the rest of Bengal. The Tana Bhagat movement is one in a series of uprisings that are coming up. This is what you need to recognize. Okay, what you can see here is a brilliant play out of what Ranajit Guho talks about in his Prose of Counterinsurgency, where the records actually take away agency whatsoever from these communities. It is for us to try and bring it back, though my positionality, while I agree with much of the subaltern studies perspective, limiting the perspective only to see it in terms of opposition to the Sarkar, Sahukar, and Zamindar does not hold in my understanding. So what is the argument that I, as a historian, seek to make? When I look at the records, when I look at the different ways through which one can understand Adivasi protest and the story of the Tana Bhagats, what are the points that I make? I move then to the next narrative in this set of three narratives that I was talking about, the historian's narrative. I suggest, of course, an alternate reading of Tana protest, of Adivasi protest, by discussing patterns of migration of Adivasi communities, which determines claims to land and ritual privileges. What I talk about also are hierarchies within the community. Based on migration patterns, you have actually land rights being differentiated amongst the community. It is the early settlers, or in the Orao case, those referred to as Puinhars, who actually hold the positions which are important of the Pahan or the priest of the Munda who comes together with the Zamindar. And therefore, what you need to understand is the differences within the Adivasi communities, all of which actually get strengthened with colonial intervention. I argue, therefore, for the need to question the representation of Adivasis as homogeneous communities, always united in their opposition to exploitative outsiders. I talk about the need to recognize the internal conflicts that such representations occlude. I talk about the fact that you need to recognize Adivasi protest, not only as symbolizing Adivasi resistance to non-Oraos, landlords, moneylenders, and the British state, but also to locate protest within the internal tensions of a community. Therefore, the Tana Bhagat movement, as I argue, and I wish I had much more time to talk about land rights, the world of spirits, the everyday world of the Oraos, through which I could have shown you how I'm actually arriving at all of this. At present, I can only very quickly glance through all of these for you, but I'm making the points as I proceed. So I'm also trying to talk about the fact that within the Oraos is a marginalized community, a marginalized group, which these Tana Bhagats actually represent. And at a time when land is becoming increasingly valuable in Chota Nagpur, and there is a decrease also of arable space, there is a consequent struggle over forest lands. And all of this is represented in the Tana opposition to those dominant groups within the Orao community. Moreover, what I also try and talk about is how, with the coming in of colonialism, these differences are actually enhanced, reworked, more entrenched. And therefore, the colonial period has an extremely negative influence in actually strengthening this hierarchical structure. I also talk about the third point, which I want to make, is you need to understand that if we bring in environmental histories or environmental sensibilities, then you see that actually the way the Tana Bhagats are responding in places which are hilly, where the difference between the agrarian and the forest is not so clearly demarcated, is quite different from the kind of protest that happens in Ranchi, where settled agriculture is much more deeply entrenched. In other words, what I'm trying to talk about is the need to understand that very different and disparate ways of understanding Adivasi movements, or different ways through which different manifestations of a movement are brought together into a coherent story, is often what the historian tends to do. We need, therefore, to recognize within Adivasi struggles, or within what is seen to be one story of a movement, multiple forms of protests and demands that actually vary across diverse geographical terrains. I move then to the third narrative that I'm talking about, which is actually the Adivasis writing about their history. So I talk about, as I said, three kinds of histories. And the third is where I talk about, and I want to actually move to the next slide that I have before you. But I want to show you how and this is from a pamphlet that the Tana Bhagats distribute in the streets of Ranchi. Auspicious arrival of English Senior Lord George Viceroy in Ranchi district, Jharkhand state, date sometime in 1936. This, of course, is distributed just a couple of years ago in post-colonial times. Trading East India Company, English government in India, Senior Lord George Viceroy, Central and Provincial Assemblies, Council Act, the State Administrator, the Parliament, the Supreme Court, Akbar Road, New Delhi has given its decision. What sense do you make? What sense can we make of this amalgamation of words? And yet I argue, these stories, pamphlets, and petitions help us to comprehend the voice of the Tana Bhagats, their memories, their links with forests and land, their engagements with the British, the Congress, and Gandhi. They, in fact, reflect as much modern sensibilities, negotiating with the Sarkar and the Congress, articulating their grievances and demands in changing circumstances, engaging with survey and settlement operations, tenancy acts, and a legal structure. Although fractured into small groups, the Tanas as a political community draw upon memories which have come down across generations, but they're carefully reordered in conjunction with events which are relevant today. The past for the Tana Bhagats today is thus alive. There is a search for history. The past is, however, integrally linked to the present. Indeed, a political community, I argue, needs to understand its present historically, a point which has been made by many also in the context of the nation. Through selective references to the past, and I'll come to the point of why I refer to selective references to the past, the Tanas legitimize their demands, claim reparation from the state, seek to rectify the present situation in which they're located. And as we know, different representations of history vary in their possibility for and degree of symbolic elaboration, in their ability to pervade distinct contexts, in their capacity to capture people's imagination. In other words, not everything can be meaningfully expressed in the present. You choose what to pick up. You choose what to erase. What is memory is often done through a very consciously selective process. And therefore, if we look at Tana memories, at Tana history, there is a beginning and there is an end. It seems that nothing of the story that I had crafted for all of you from the colonial archive works. You have Jatra Bhagat, who starts the movement, who is Paradhin. It is Gandhi, who now is the second leader. And therefore, the pamphlet which one sees distributed inevitably begins with, may Guru Jatra Tana Bhagat remain immortal, may Mahatma Gandhi remain immortal. Or a pamphlet talks about Tana Bhagats as worshippers of truth, worshippers of non-violence, hence followers of Gandhi. Completely erased from this is, for example, some of what we have seen, calls for violence, calls for battles, extremely aggressive statements which move away from the story of non-violence that is projected. But it is critical to have the story, because it is through this story that you can claim that you have also been a part of the nation's past. You have the right to claim from the nation what you have lost, lands which you have given up during the non-cooperation struggle. And therefore, the Tana Bhagats embellish parts of their past. They silence certain aspects too. Operating within the constrained space that is given to them by the state to express their demands, they decide what to ask and what to exclude, what to present so that claims to justice acquire an inevitability. And therefore, by underlying the links with the Congress, the loss of land in the service of the nation, you can actually say that justice is your right. The nation owes it to them for their sacrifice. But of course, not everybody has given up their land during the non-cooperation movement. Not everybody has joined the Congress. How then do you have another articulation of an Adivasi identity? It's there that you have the whole idea of Jal Jangal Jameen. We have lost out. We need to have our claims from the state. It is here a different kind of history that is etched, one of movements and migrations, coming into Chota Nagpur, cutting down the forests, converting forest lands into agrarian terrain. And there you begin to talk about the fact that it is a common myth of origin that you talk about. And therefore, when I asked one of the Tana leaders, Suktara Bhagat, how much land they were going to claim, he looked at me with utter contempt. What kind of bizarre question are you asking, is what he seemed to be asking. We have cleared the jungles of Chota Nagpur and cultivated the land. Why should we give the Sarkar anything? We have lost our land, our forests, our water, and you are asking me to quantify it, to measure it. Our demand is that the entire Chota Nagpur be returned to us. A very, very different way. But is the idea of legality lost? Actually, no. So you have another, but the idea of legality is different. It's not something that we understand in terms of legality. But as I said, this is a fractured group. There are others who jolly well are putting their rights before the state, who are actually claiming land, getting land. But there are others also who can't find the papers. And therefore, one of the Tana leaders asks me if I could find these papers for them, because after all, they know I'm dealing with the colonial archive. And then it comes to Didi, these dalil are required by us. Can you give this to us? And yet the poignant impossibility is also something that comes out, where he says that the documents, I'm told, are in a publishing house in Kolkata. Can you help us in procuring these documents? Right. I talked about the image of Jatra Bhagat, the image to which they were actually praying. Is it the Oraus? Is it the Tana Bhagats who have actually put in this image, who have actually constructed this image? Actually, no. It's done by somebody who's a part of the RSS, who actually, a part of, a group which tries to bring in a very different understanding of the Oraus and the Tana Bhagats, who emphasize much more on the so-called Hindu elements in their belief, and who have built the statue so that this is one way in which Tana Bhagats could be brought together. Appropriated, non-appropriated, that's an open question, a question which is an extremely complex one to look at. Okay, so let me try and tie up the paper together. What am I talking about? And I move to the last slide of this presentation, where this is actually from, again, one of the pamphlets that are distributed. The Tana Bhagats are, of course, dwindling in number. They're dwindling in strength. And yet, Jatra Bhagat has emerged today as one of the icons of Adivasi protest in Jharkhand. For the relatively young state of Jharkhand, we know it's a new state that was formed in 2000. Jharkhand needs its heroes. Jharkhand needs its icons. And therefore, for the Oraus, who unlike the Mundas and Santhals, did not have an icon like Birsa Munda or Sidhu and Kanhu Murmu, for them, the resurrection of Jatra has a significance. As the years roll by, Jatra as a historical figure is relegated to the colonial archive. But Jatra as a part historical, part mythical figure is very much present. He is a Baba to be worshipped. What about Gandhi? Gandhi is, am I audible?
Ma'am, you're audible. Somebody has their ear on. Dr.
Okay.
Stekha Sarma, can you please mute yourself? I have muted her, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Gandhi, in contrast, is a historical figure. But yet, Gandhi, however, has reached to the status of a Baba, somebody who is now to be worshipped, somebody in whose names you actually have mantras being chanted. What then are historical antecedents of Adivasi resistance, and how do we craft these? How do we work these out in post-colonial India? There are several pasts that are invoked. These pasts are not mutually exclusive. At times, these are historically framed. At times, these are carefully crafted. At times, these are consciously evocative. At times, these are unconsciously structured. As Tana Bhagats negotiate with different pasts, Adivasi pasts, Tana pasts, and a nation's pasts, they express divergent voices and disparate dreams. Their pamphlets, as you can see, begins with multiple images, multiple invocations. Victory to Tana religion, victory to Mother Earth, victory to Mother Cow, victory to Tana Bhagats, victory to Mother India, victory to Mahatma Gandhi, victory to the national flag. And in other words, what you have is the Tana Bhagats positing their identity at multiple levels, in multiple ways. At times, they're a part of the nation's history. They talk about their participation in the national movement. There again, Adivasis who have a common vocabulary of protest. The Mundas, Oraos, and Khariyas is where they begin. Jal Jangal Jameen is where they come together. And yet they're not always so. They proclaim themselves to be Oraos, and more narrowly, Oraos who are against the Puinhars, Pahans, Mundas, controllers of the ritual and economic worlds of the Oraos. As Anderson writes, the idea of the nation required people not only to expand their sense of community in new ways, but in equally novel ways to constrict it. This is as much relevant in the case of the Tana Bhagats. And here, for those who are claiming a political identity, this expansion and constriction of identity is an ongoing process. And it is here, and I fall back once again on Portelli, where I quote selectively for him, there is a sense of fluidity, of unfinishedness, floating as it does in time between the present and an ever-changing past, and melting and coalescing in the no man's land between orality to writing to back. I end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Dasgupta. Thank you very much. That was very insightful because, you know, Adivasi history, one of the biggest challenge to write Adivasi history, as you pointed out, is how do we use the archive and how do we make the oral history and whatever we collect from the archival, make those two sync and give us a more holistic picture? And what are the layers? I mean, what are the disjunctures as well as the overlaps between the colonial narrative, the narrative posed by the community, and what we historians take from the two? So, and teaching Adivasi history to students is also a very challenging task. One reason being, it is so little covered in our textbook, particularly if you find, except the Santhal rebellion, there is very little, or the Mundas, there is very little. And I studied Santhal and Mundas because I studied in Kolkata. I have not seen Santhal, Munda, or Adivasi rebellion being included after I started teaching in the Delhi NCR region. So I do not know about Delhi University. What is the status there? I'm sure you do that at JNU, but beyond that, the importance given to Adivasi movement, particularly looking into the movement's connection with the freedom movement, is shrouded into a lot of ambiguities here. So absolutely, I'm thrilled, like the light you shed on the discourse here and the events here. Now, my request to participant is that please post your questions so the ma'am can take it up. I can see already questions coming up and also the compliments here. Okay, so ma'am, the first question comes from Dr. Saikuma Rudrabhatia. And he points out it's excellent presentation, Madam Ji. Please, could you please, Adivasi struggle. I mean, he's asking you to shed some light on Adivasi struggle against environmental injustice. That is one question. The second question is, how do youngsters of the tribal community relate to the present day world. And Mike, I'm more concerned about how do the youngsters of the tribal community relate to their past? Do they at all feel it necessary, not only to the present day, but also to the past? These are the two questions we have now. Ma'am, once you start, I think more questions will come up.
Okay, just one, the first one, since I can't see to the chat box, I can see
Ma'am, the chat box is there. If you just click on the button.
I've opened it. I'm just thinking the first one is, Adivasi struggle against environmental injustice. Yeah, this is something which I actually tried to begin with, talking about how you have, when you're talking about the environment, how environmental injustice is happening, because those regions which are where you have mining, etc., are all mineral rich regions which are under in that region where you have Adivasis. And therefore, Adivasi struggle against environmental injustice is something which is articulated, but not always given as much recognition as it deserves. All of us know that you've got, particularly in Orissa, you've got so many agitations which are going on. Niyamgiri, we know about it, and yet nothing happens. Vedanta continues. So one of the things is, there is no doubt that Adivasi struggles are there. And you have certain struggles which have been extremely powerful. Koil Karo against the Koil Karo Dam, for example, when the dam was being built, it's Adivasis who've been able to actually challenge it. So there have been some stories of success, but largely no. But within academia, it's extremely interesting that the whole idea about the Anthropocene and the destruction, the decline that is happening with climate change, Adivasis are often seen to be those who are able to uphold an alternate way of living. That is somewhere where one can actually trace the importance which is given. But at the level of struggles, all of us know their voices are inevitably marginalized. How do we look at the second question, which is on of how youngsters respond to both the present and to the past? Actually, you know what? I teach in JNU, and I have many Adivasis in my classes. I teach a course here on which is called Tribes within inverted commas and History. And I'm just very, very lucky that I teach here a very, a very diverse group of students. And I'm lucky that I actually have Adivasis who are a part of my class, who engage with the debates, who see the fact that one needs to problematize this, who are deeply concerned with their own being, with the fact that you need to come together, that you need to articulate voices, that against Dalit voices, Adivasi voices are getting lost. They don't want to stay away from the mainstream. They want to engage with the mainstream on their terms, in the ways that they think best. That is one. You have it as a very differentiated group. It's not that you can talk about just Adivasi youth as a singular collective. That's also something that I want to break down. But now it's with hope, it's with passion, and it's with determination that I see the Adivasi youth trying to actually negotiate, trying to deal with what is before them. So I see, and I'm just, so it's very interesting. When I began teaching this course in JNU, I joined JNU in 2008. The way I had structured the course is now different, because you cannot do this course and you cannot deal with Adivasis without giving space to Adivasi experiences, to Adivasi voices. And as the years go by, you can see how powerful has been the articulation of Adivasi voices. You need to see, say, for example, Adivasi articulation through fiction, through music, through poetry, through art, through actually engaging in wider debates. You have an Adivasi publishing house. It's no longer the youth not caring or not engaging in the present times, if that answers the question.
Yes, but there are two more questions, but I would like to point out Yes,
Thank you, madam, for giving me very good things for us. And thank you for the organizers for giving me this opportunity for the question. Madam, can I have something like the madam's presentation?
Dr. Sai Kumar,
PPT to us.
Dr.
Yes.
Sai Kumar, in future, please raise your hand because there are people who have asked
Yeah,
questions for you.
yeah.
Okay?
Oh,
So please
okay.
raise your hand and wait. Okay, there are
Okay, ma'am.
people who have
Thank you.
asked question before you.
Yeah.
Yes, please wait. So raise your hand and wait.
Okay.
Ma'am, there is one question from Dr. Indrani Singh. Do you think Adivasis are struggling with their liminal space? And another observation we have from Dr. Malika Ghosh, that is not a question, but an observation that where she teaches in Bengal, she teaches in a rural college in Bengal, and she is the only history teacher in that college, only one. So first generation learners she has. So she's telling that she has a lot of Santhal and Orao community, and there is a separate discipline taught Santhali in our college. Yes, in Jadavpur University also there are many Santhal and Orao community students. Now in Delhi also, a lot of Adivasi students come from Northeast, but the kind of course that you are talking about that JNU teaches, that is something we are lacking. And I do not know whether NEP has given any space in structuring of the syllabus to such studies. That is one my big concept. So ma'am, that liminal question thing and this, and then we can come to Dr. Sai Kumar.
Can I ask a counter question?
Yes.
Can I ask what exactly do you mean by liminal spaces in
yes,
this?
Yes, quote unquote, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Dr. Sirani is saying if you can please come online and answer, ma'am.
But can I just talk? This is one question which I would, once you explain, I'll be able to respond better what you mean by that. But the other two questions which came, thank you. I mean, it's wonderful to know that there is actually Santhali as a language being taught. It's the same in Vishwabharati where I taught before I joined JNU. You had actually a Santhali department there. And yes, in Ranchi also right now, particularly because of the efforts of Ramdayal Munda, you also have this kind of language teaching that's happening. We are very lucky in JNU that we can actually structure courses. So we structure courses according to our research interests. So my research interest, as is clear, one is going to be on historical methods. So I teach a course also on methods. And of course, my passion is Adivasis. I want to have Adivasi studies as coming up as, as a concern, just as Dalit studies has come up. I'm not an Adivasi myself, but I am totally committed. And I say this because I'm often asked that, you're a non-Adivasi. Why are you engaging in Adivasi histories? And then
what a nativist argument to make.
And I always laugh and say that, it's not, this is something which is my passion, which is my love, and I just want more and more people to engage in it. And I'm just enormously lucky that in JNU, I have the chance to engage with, many, many different groups of students, and I am able to pitch this course, a full-fledged course in Adivasi history. So I understand how lucky I am to be able to do that.
So, but, we did not get an answer on the liminal space yet, but we have a question from my colleague, Dr. Jyotika Tekchandani. Ma'am, she is asking, can you comment upon gender question and Adivasis?
You see, when it comes to gender question and Adivasis, while not too much of work has been done, nevertheless, the way in which it is understood is that it is much more, the relations are much more equal than in other communities. But increasingly, one is also questioning this. So if I look at my own material, I have put forward a Tanapagat woman and a man, and the question that is often asked to me is, so is it an equal relationship that they share? It's amazing, because if you ask the women who are sitting there, their response always is, ask the men. The realms are very different. So they are the ones who have themselves refused to talk about their own experiences. I find increasingly that though we talk about Adivasi men and women being more on an equal footing, than in other communities, I don't see it as so simple. My own experience has not been that. And there are many women from within the Adivasi community who are also talking about patriarchal norms and patriarchy working within the community. You see, one of the points that I'm trying to make is we need to think of these communities as communities which are also questioning the stereotypes through which we have always seen them, the lens through which we have seen them. And I also think that no community can be insular. So other kinds of influences are bound to operate. That's how I would answer your question.
Professor Sai Kumar, Dr. Sai Kumar, you had a question, sir? Dr. Sai Kumar?
Yes, madam.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. We have been very fortunate, madam, to know the things about environmental, sustainable development and tribal role, madam. Further, in this present day and the context, the sustainable development and the tribal's role, any particular book to refer for going for the major research project like that, madam? Sustainable development and madam.
Well, I think the two people who are working a lot on this idea on sustainable development, so as a historian, I would alert you to Felix Padel's work, Felix Padel, P-A-D-E-L, Felix Padel, and Vinita Damodaran, who are talking both about the need for sustainable development, the need for Adivasi life worlds being an alternative to the kind of degradation that is happening because of development. So they've actually talked, particularly Felix Padel has picked up Kalinga Nagar and has picked up also a critique against Vedanta, and is talking about how sustainable lifestyles are being destroyed. So two books from the perspective of historians who are engaging with this. The other thing which I would like to request you to read is actually the work of Gladson Dungdung, who is an Adivasi activist. Gladson Dungdung has been, he's Khariya, and he's moving around in the region and reports on what is happening. For any kind of project, if you want to put in, what's happening on the ground is very, very visible through his writings. So you can see what is happening. You can also discern his lens. So I would say that that's one way. And in the Modern Asian Studies issue, which was published last year, Vinita Damodaran and I have put together a special issue on Adivasis. And if you look at that, this article, where Felix Padel, Vinita Damodaran, and Gladson Dungdung have written, I think that would be very useful for you to look at.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll be interactive. I will be coming to Delhi when please give me time.
And that would be
send
very
a mail.
nice.
Thank
you very much.
Indebted to you, madam. Thank you so much. Gracious, ma'am. Gracious.
Thank you.
Professor,
Thank you. Thank you for the audience.
Is this a special issue? Multiple world of the Adivasis are you talking about?
Yes.
With Vinita Damodaran? Okay,
Yes.
I can see.
This is a special issue, and there you have this particular essay, which would be very useful for Dr. Sai Kumar.
Yes, yeah. Ma'am,
I actually haven't, unfortunately, sent you a reading list.
Ma'am, please do. That was exactly I was about to say. Every speaker is sending me after the session, and I am distributing it. I am sharing it with all the participants here. Like Dr. Tekchandani has also asked, ma'am, if you can send something like gender and Adivasis.
Okay.
So here also we get a chance to structure our own courses. So inspired by you, maybe Dr. Tekchandani represents the political science department. I do the history department. Maybe we will try to do something about it. So if we can share the list, we would try to incorporate. Wouldn't that be nice, Jyotika? Yes. Yes. Ma'am, the second thing, the liminal thing, Dr. Indrani Singh Rai has explained. Liminal here, I mean whether they find themselves in between.
So are you talking about when you refer to in between, liminal is in between. So, my question was, are you trying to talk about development? What is the space that you're talking about? Are you talking about the mainstream and the margins, the space between that? Are you talking about the space between the agrarian and the forest? How are you looking at the idea of liminal? Is it between mainstream and margins? Or is it between development and anti-development? I'm not very sure what is the binary you're referring to.
Ma'am, here, I think she is having a problem. So she's writing with special reference to Adivasis and Mismi tribes in Arunachal Pradesh, margin and center. What she's talking about, the margin and the center.
The mainstream and margin. That's what I was saying. You see, margins and mainstreams, as is the term that I've used, margin and center, however you voice it, these are but artificial categories. These are constructed categories. And therefore, I would not try to make either of these static. So the idea of liminal space would also not be static. In other words, what I'm trying to answer is, it is at that point which you use as your entry point that would determine what is liminal space and what is not liminal space. And therefore, rather than giving a flat answer to your question, I think we need to conceptually look at it more carefully. That is going to then break up the idea of liminal space and make me understand, or make one understand, whether you're seeing it in terms of margins and center, because what is center is not what you see as the center. That also becomes critical in understanding liminality.
Absolutely, it's not a given. Ma'am, here is another one. And how to study the history of the jungle mahals. One question. One question is Sudhar. Ma'am, another thing, when you send us the book list, ma'am, please try, if you can, ma'am, the Maoist movement and the Adivasis. If you can send us few suggestions there.
Sorry.
Maoist movement.
Is breaking.
Ma'am, the Maoist movement and the Adivasis. The Maoist movement, environment, Adivasis.
Yeah.
And here she is asking Sudarshana Bhomik about the history of jungle mahals.
See, this is, how would I answer this question? Because how would you study the history of the jungle mahals? I've not worked on the jungle mahals. What I've tried to do is I've tried to put forward before you a way through which one can look at Adivasi histories.
Yes.
On the jungle mahals, I believe Shuchibroto Da, who was in Vishwabharati, has worked on it.
There is Sudarshana Bhomik there. I think you can ask, please unmute yourself and ask ma'am the question. Maybe if she asks you, she can be more articulate about it. We cannot hear you. You are muted. You are muted.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful session. And actually, I am recently doing a project for the Ranchi. There is a tribal institute, the Ramdayal Munda.
Yes.
So for that, actually, I'm not trained on that tribal history and all that, but I usually work on caste and marginality. I done my PhD from JNU itself, from the Center for Discrimination and Social Inclusion. Okay, so actually, ma'am, since you have discussed the whole thing in such a way, I followed it because a training in the tribal history is necessary. So for
your
that,
voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking. I'm not being able to understand what you're saying. Can you just? You're audible, but your voice is breaking.
Yes.
Therefore, I've understood that this is a project from TRI.
Yes,
TRI
so I have gone through the basic things, but the thing is that there should be, if we relate the jungle mahal, as the tribals have been part of any of the national movement that we know, but how to connect it, that part you throw some light on that.
Okay.
See, I just want to alert you to 2 points which I think are important.
Okay,
one is, when you're saying that you want to link it to the national movement, please don't have already a predetermined agenda when you're looking at the movement. That will blink a wider understanding, that will just take away a wider understanding of the movement. I know that at present there have been several initiatives which are trying to bring the Adivasi movements within the mainstream and therefore the link. But that is also going to take out the specificities of a local manifestation. That's one. Secondly, it does not, you see the Tanapagats, and I didn't have the time to talk about it here, but the Tanapagats are praying to Gandhi. Gandhi is the Gandhi Baba, which does not mean that the influence as intended by the Congress is understood by the communities in that way. So one also needs to see how the community is actually looking at it. And also Congress influence or national movements influence is not something which is, that also percolates in a very different way. You have to look at the local history. In my understanding, Shahid Amin's essay on the making of the Mahatma in the Subaltern Studies volume is a brilliant exposition of this. Even if you look at the way that he talks about event memory metaphor, when he talks about Chauri Chaura, is also the same way of how you have the leadership at the national level being very differently understood. I have also in my book, Reordering Adivasi Worlds, I have also tried to bring out in one of the chapters how I see not only at the level of how the Congress is trying to project its agenda, but how you have also leaders at the local level. You also have messages being understood, and ultimately, whose understanding is it? So these are very complex questions which get completely, completely, how should I put it, removed if the frame of understanding is only nation and Adivasi. So that also, I think, if you could look at it. But if you need to get in touch with me, and that is something which I wanted to say to everybody here in the audience, you see, for me, Adivasi studies is a passion. For me, it is extremely important that this, there's a lot of work that goes on. It's still now a marginal area of interest. So if there's any way that I could help any of you, and through this, I would also learn from all of you. It's always a two-way process. So I'd love to know what kind of sources you have on the Jungle Mahals. I would love to know how a project on sustainable development is going to be built. I will also learn from it. So I would be very happy to be a part of it, to discuss these matters with you.
Thank you so much. Such a wonderful lecture.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So any more questions? I think that's it then. Oh, trafficking and Adivasi. Jyotika ma'am is on a roll.
Trafficking and Adivasi.
It was such a value creating lecture. Throughout, I just couldn't even move 1 second because it was so good, ma'am. Thank you so much. Can you please comment upon trafficking and Adivasi, ma'am?
See, this I wouldn't, because I have not worked on this at all. I have not looked at trafficking in Adivasi. One reads about it in the newspapers, but I don't have any. I know that that Uday Chandra has begun to look at this also in terms of migration and how migration and trafficking get linked. So you can talk to him because he's actually taking up Gurgaon as one of the spaces through which he's looking at it. So he would be somebody who's working on this at present. But I have not worked on this at all. But thank you very much for your comments, and hopefully we'll interact later too.
Yes, ma'am, I will bring Uday. Let him come back to Abu Dhabi once, so we can have an Adivasi workshop in Amity. So that would be great. Maybe 1.5 day of workshop where we can have different sessions and we can ask you as many questions as much as possible. Yes, look, I will make sure that we arrange it sometime in future. Yes, very near future.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it then. So thank you very much, ma'am. And with this, we are going to close this session, and we are going to come back at 3:45. This is a tea break session. So tea break, take your tea break, and we will come back at 3:45 for a last and final session of the day. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. And
Thank
don't
you
forget
very
the
much
reading
to all of
list.
you.
Don't forget the reading
I'll
list.
do that. And thank you very much to all of you for being there, for the patience with which you heard me. Thank you so much. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So without wasting time, let's quickly start the session because our speaker is also here. Good afternoon, Sanjay sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Jyotika and all the participants.
Okay. So it's my honor and privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar. He's a distinguished scholar and director of Lokniti, a renowned research program at the Center for the Study of Developing Societies, CSDS in New Delhi. With extensive expertise in the field of social sciences, Professor Sanjay Kumar has made significant contributions to the study of developing societies. He leads a team of researchers engaged in studying various aspects of Indian politics, public opinion, and electoral behavior. Professor Kumar's research focuses on understanding the dynamics of democracy, social inequality, and the political participation in India. Through his rigorous empirical studies, he sheds light on the complexities of Indian societies and the challenges it faces in the process of development and political transformation. With his vast experience, Sanjay sir has authored numerous research papers, articles published in the prestigious national and international journals. His insights and analysis have helped shape public discourse on the issues of political importance and democratic governance in India. As a professor, Sanjay sir plays a crucial role in mentoring and guiding the next generation of scholars. His dedication to research and teaching has earned him recognition and respect within the academic community. So Sanjay sir, the stage, you may please start the session, and thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jyotika, for wonderfully introducing me. I can see that normally when you are introduced to the participants, people pick up something what is posted on the website, but Jyotika has done a lot of hard work. I can see that the text was more or less prepared by Jyotika herself, very well prepared. I don't know how much I'm going to come up to the expectations, how I have been introduced. But one thing is certainly there, that what I've been trying to do for the last year and kind of a passion to just try and train younger people, younger generation of scholars, so that whatever I have learned working with CSDS for the last now almost 3 decades, this should be carried forward to the younger generation. So that I have always tried to do. In this brief interaction which I'm going to have with the participant, I'm going to speak on the topic is very broad in a sense. Why study elections? What are the challenges and many related issues on this topic? So the basic question which I'm trying to address is why study elections? What are the challenges? And does studying election mean only doing exit poll? Because that is one, I think, big issue, or I would say confusion, that when you say you study elections, normally people would say, okay, you do exit polls. Or people would say, another question which comes to many people's mind, what is there to study elections? What is there in studying elections? I must tell you the real encounter which I had only yesterday. Encounter means, and this is connected to why study elections. I'm going to talk about the methods which are used to study elections, but just let me also give you an idea, even without doing a survey or without using any research method, still there is a need to study elections through what we call aggregate data. Aggregate data means election result. A lot can be done using the election result, which are released by Election Commission. A lot of research can be done using the election results itself, for which you don't need to do exit polls, you don't need to do surveys. And I will give you an incident which happened yesterday. So this is a small gathering of party spokesperson, and a Congress spokesperson was sitting with me. He said, we would have won 150, 160 seats in Karnataka. Some of you would know that in Karnataka, recently held assembly election in Karnataka, BJP Congress won 135 seats. Earlier, they had 136, but there was a constituency which went for repolls, which is a Jayanagar constituency. And finally, Congress lost that constituency by 16 votes and BJP was the winner. So within 24 hours, one seat got reduced for Congress tally, which came down from 136 to 135. But look at the point I'm trying to say, why there is a need to study elections carefully, systematically. So this person is telling me that we would have 150 seats because there are almost 15 seats which Congress lost within a margin of few hundred votes, 100 votes. I said, you are wrong. You have not looked at the data. He says, no, I spent, and look at this. I'm trying to combine it with the method. So I'm saying, did you look at the data? The data is already available. This is the basic data. Election Commission results. Have you checked it? The response is, oh, I spent 2 months in Bangalore. I was there in Bangalore. I know what was happening in Bangalore. I said, but spending 2 months in Bangalore doesn't help me in getting an answer to my question. I am asking you, have you even checked the Election Commission results? Whether your party lost 15 seats within a margin of less than 100 votes. They said, now the second response. No, my party president said that the party lost 15 seats by a margin of within 100 votes. I said, but if your party president says that your party has won 200 seats, should I believe that? Why should you believe that? This is connected to all about research. We need to look at facts. We need to figure out what is the fact. If the data is available, if we can check, we can check with the available data. If the data is not available, we have to collect some data. So what I did, immediately I did collected the small data analysis, did the small analysis, and then I came up with the evidence. And this is all connected to why do we need to do research in elections? You could do research in elections using aggregate data. Aggregate data means the election results. Lot can be done using election results. If you want to go beyond that, you need to do surveys, you need to do field work to understand election. And look at what was the situation. There were only 8 seats where the victory margin was less than 1,000. There was only one constituency where the victory margin was less than 100 votes. And this person was saying there are 15 seats without looking at any evidence. And out of these 8 seats, 5 seats was won by Congress with small margin and 3 was won by BJP with small margin. This is the evidence. So even the beneficiary was Congress in this respect, but how the perception got created? The perception got created because of one constituency, which is Jayanagar, which Congress lost by a very small margin, which is 16 votes. So that losing one constituency by 16 votes by the Congress party created a perception that there are large number of constituencies which Congress lost by small margins. If Congress was a little lucky, Congress would have 150 seats. The question is, what was the need? The need was to look at some evidence. This happens quite often in elections. Perceptions get created. This happened in election. This happened in election. I know for sure that XYZ did not vote, or Muslims voted for BJP or not voted for BJP. The young voters, all the young voters have voted in favor of one party or the other. For these kind of questions, if the data is not available, then you have to do research, then you have to collect data on your own. So the point I'm trying to start with is why you need to do research, why there is a need to do research even on elections. And I give this example, and this is a real incident which took place only yesterday, and this keeps happening every day, almost every day, because when you say studying elections, doing research on election, people tend to believe, or people would give you the impression that they know everything about election. You don't need to do any research on election. So the basic question, why we need to do research on election, because there are lots and lots of myths related to elections. These myths needs to be tested. Sometimes the myth may be absolutely right, whatever, but whether it is right or wrong, as we say in research, hypothesis needs to be tested. So these are hypotheses. And what is the hypothesis? Hypothesis is that, oh, women are voting for BJP. I'm just giving examples. Women voters are voting for BJP in a very large number these days because of various welfare policies of the BJP government. Poor people are voting for BJP in a large number because of maybe the welfare schemes, what BJP calls labharthis. Is it true? Is it not true? Should we go by the perception? Should we even bother to check the facts? Should we bother to check these evidences or not? Now the question is, how do we check these evidences? You have to think of, you have to do research. And we keep talking about two kinds of data in social science research. It is connected to even elections. Electoral study is part of social science research. There is something called primary data. The example which I gave about the election results is a primary data, which is available. It is the data released by Election Commission of India. The results by Election Commission of India, the data can be analyzed in different forms, and you can test your hypothesis. If you are testing your hypothesis for which the data is already available, then you don't need to do any research. You don't need to collect your primary data. You are doing research anywhere because you are doing the analysis of the secondary data, which is already available. Primary data, if the secondary data is not available for any research, and I'm saying again, this also applies to election studies on election, research on election. If the secondary data is not available, then we get into the act of collecting primary data. That primary data can be collected using a survey method. We can collect primary data even without using a survey method. We could do ethnography, political ethnography. These days have become very, very, I won't use the word fashionable, but very useful. If you're looking at one specific aspect of election, maybe the campaign, maybe you're tracking a candidate. So you need to pick up one of the research methods in order to collect primary data. If you have a hypothesis to test in elections, if you figure out that in order to test this hypothesis, the secondary data is already available, then you don't need to collect your own primary data. Connected question is, what method should you apply for collecting primary data? You can do a survey. As I said, I'm repeating this again. It is not necessary that in order to collect primary data for elections, for election research, you have to do a survey. You can use other research methods. I gave one example of maybe an ethnography, maybe case study, maybe focus group in order to collect primary data for doing research on elections. So I would try and share a PPT. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So this I have already mentioned. By study elections, result from Election Commission of India only informs us about vote share and seats won by various parties at different levels, but it does not help us in understanding various kinds of questions which we have in our mind, whether people voted on the issue of performance of state government, performance of central government, how women have voted, what have been the issues in this election. So the questions are endless, and this is why we need to study election. As I said, this is again connected to, as I said, it is not necessary that you have to do survey. You have to use survey method, or you have to do exit poll to study elections. And these are some examples of people who have done election studies on election and different aspects of election. And they have not done survey. Professor Mukulika Banerjee, she teaches anthropology in London School of Economics. During 2014 Lok Sabha elections, she did an ethnography. She selected 10, 12 constituency and she did an ethnography of election. And the question she was trying to understand, or she was trying to focus was why people vote. I think this is also the title of the book. If you look at Professor Ujjwal Singh, he teaches political science in Delhi University. He has done research on a different aspect of election, which is about functioning of Election Commission of India. So the point I'm trying to say is 2-3 main points. One, election research does not mean you have to do, don't equate studies on election or research on election with exit poll. Election research means a lot many things besides exit poll. And as I said, second, if we want to do research on election, survey is not the only method of doing research on election. There are other methods. As I said, Mukulika Banerjee is an ethnographer. She did an ethnography on Indian elections in 2014 election. I have just flagged off few names. There could be several other names of several other scholars who have not used survey method to understand election. I'm stressing this point because I always use survey as a method to understand election. Maybe during last a year or so, we are also trying to use other methods for understanding election. But I have, for the last 2.5 decades, I have always used survey as a method to understand election. But still, I am trying to emphasize the point that studying election does not mean that we are only looking at, the voting behavior study. There are different aspects of election which could be understood, on which research could be done using different kinds of method. And the point which I started with, you could also do research on election even without using a method, a research method, if the secondary data is always available. And I give the example of, because we keep talking about women vote, women turnout, etc. For women turnout and some related issues, there is no need to do survey. Women turnout data is already available on Election Commission website. So now I've just tried to pick up some examples to make you understand if the research question is, and these are just skeleton examples, that how Muslims have been voting in India or how Muslims have voted in India. We don't get the answer of this question from the results of Election Commission of India. For this, we need to do research. And this is an example of what does the research tell us? What kind of findings we would get from a survey data. This is based on the survey data, using survey data over a period of time. And you get a sense that there is a decline in Muslim support for the Congress. If you look at the 1971 election, almost 60% of Muslim voters voted for Congress, which has now gone down to almost 1/3, 33%. And if you look at the BJP support for Muslim support for the BJP, it is almost static at 7-8%. Regional parties have cornered a large number of Muslim vote over last few decades. And this is the data from 1971 till 2019 Lok Sabha elections. These are all Lok Sabha data from the surveys conducted by CSTS where I work, and these are for different Lok Sabha elections. Similarly, if we want to understand the vote share of Dalits, how Dalits have voted for BJP and the Congress, this is the data from 1996 till 2019, clearly indicates Dalit, almost 12 to 14% of Dalits used to vote for BJP over a period of time since 1996 till 2009. But it has gone up these days, it has gone up to 33% now, and Congress support among the Dalits has gone down. It used to be, say, roughly about 33-34%, which has now come down to almost 20%. Rural-urban vote. There has always been a talk that BJP is a party of the urban rich. But look at, this is the data for 2014 elections and 2019 election. Vote for the BJP among 4 classes of voter, 2014 and 2019. And if you look at how BJP has been able to make inroads among the poor voters, in 2014 Lok Sabha election, 1/4 of the poor voters voted for the BJP, 24%. But in 2019, it went up to 36%. If we look at the other extreme, upper middle class, you can say rich, whatever name nomenclature we can give, 38% voted among the upper middle class, voted for the BJP in 2014, 38%, it has gone up to 44% in 2019. So the point I'm trying to say is these kinds of questions, we see that still BJP is more popular among the urban, among the upper classes, middle classes, compared to the poor classes of voters. But look at the change which has taken place between 2014 and 2019. The change is BJP has made massive inroads among the poor voters compared to the rich voter. The gap between the rich and the poor was much wider in 2014. If we look at BJP's support base, it has narrowed down somewhat in 2019 if we look at BJP's support base among poor and the upper class voters. Again, going back to the question, if we have these kinds of curiosities, if we have these kinds of research questions, we need to do research. We need to collect data on our own because such questions can't be answered by results from the Election Commission of India. As I said, result of released by Election Commission of India is a secondary data. Some research question can be analyzed, can be answered using secondary data, but a large number of research questions, if we have curiosities in our mind about elections, can't be answered by the secondary data. And that is why there is a need to do research on elections. And what kind of a research? The research which helps us collect primary data. So these are just flagged off these just to because these examples may help you understand why there is a need. Because when I'm stressing this point, why there is a need to understand, do research on election, I picked up some of these questions to make you understand that there is a need because these questions can't be answered. This is about the OBC vote, and you might think that, okay, so one need to do research only to get answer to who voted for whom, which caste community voted for whom. No, we can have large number of questions. It all depends. If you have a question in your mind, you have to design your research in such a way which helps you understand or unfold that question, help you get an answer to that question. This is another question which we asked in the survey, and this is a question which people keep asking. How much is Prime Minister Narendra Modi an asset for BJP? Because there is a lot of talk about that Narendra Modi minus BJP minus Narendra Modi, BJP could be in a trouble. BJP may not get that many votes. So what we did in the research, because this is a question which people have been asking. So we did try to, collect data on this issue as well through the survey. And we asked a very simple question. And the question was, if Narendra Modi was not the prime ministerial candidate of BJP, would you have still voted for BJP? And we get a sense. Sense means this sense comes from the evidence. And what is the evidence? The evidence is in front of us. And that evidence looks like of the 1/3 of the BJP voters, all the voters who have voted for BJP, 1/3 of the voters have voted for BJP only and only in the name of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is 32%. So to put it differently, if 100 people voted for BJP, 32 voted for BJP in 2019 Lok Sabha election only because of Narendra Modi. One could analyze the data to say, hypothetically, if Narendra Modi was not the prime ministerial candidate of BJP, BJP vote share may have gone down by 1/3. Hypothetically, we can say that, but there is some evidence. How do we come to this conclusion? Because there is some evidence in front of us. And where is this evidence coming from? This evidence is coming from large-scale surveys which we have conducted during the time of 2019 Lok Sabha election. When I say large-scale surveys, yes, it's not. In 2019 Lok Sabha elections, we did roughly about, I think, 25,000 sample. You might think, oh, is it large enough for a population, for a large population of like India? It's a very large sample. Even a sample of 5,000, 7,000 sample could be good enough a sample if we want to analyze things at the national level. Larger samples are important to for more disaggregation. So if we have a small sample, we cannot disaggregate. We cannot disaggregate the all India findings statewide. But if we have a large sample, we can disaggregate. I have some slides to explain. Explain means evidence is there that larger sample does not necessarily give you better results. And I have compared lots and lots of surveys with a small sample and a large sample. I will come to that point a little later. But returning back to this whole question of what is the utility of doing election? What is the utility of doing research in election? If we have curiosities, if we have such curiosities in our mind, these curiosities can be answered only by doing research. And as I said, again, repeating, research does not mean doing exit poll. Research does not mean only doing survey. You could use other methods also for doing research on elections. These are all things which I have mentioned. As I said, normally, if you do research on election, or at least surveys on surveys, or exit poll, pre-poll, normally there is an expectation that you should get the seat, at least forecast of seat right. If you have not got the forecast of seat right, then your research was of no use. But I also want to stress this point that even if you do an exit poll, even when we are doing pre-poll, post-poll surveys, getting seats correct is a very challenging job. And that is not what should be expected from doing research on elections, even if somebody has done exit poll or post-poll or pre-poll. Because what you get from these polls is people's opinion, attitude. So we get an opinion about, an attitude about what proportion of people have voted for party A, party B, or party C. But converting those vote share into seats is a tricky business. We have an electoral system which is first past the post system. There are numerous examples of parties getting less vote and maybe more seats, more vote, less seats. So the point I'm trying to say is that, yes, normally there is an expectation that if you are doing research on elections, you must tell us how many seats party are going to win. If you are not able to give answer to this question, what is the use of doing research on election? The point I'm trying to say is getting vote share estimate should be expected, that one should get vote share estimates from the survey, from the exit poll, from post poll, in the range. In a sense, one should get that vote share estimates right, but getting seats forecast is a different exercise. So there are numerous examples that one can get vote share right, but seats could be wavered. And why that happened? Because of several factors. And these are the factors which I'm trying to mention. Social diversity of Indian voters, presence of large number of political parties, contest type, because some state witnessed bi-party contest, there are 3-cornered contests in some state. So these are all challenges in election forecasting. Though I'm again stressing the point that doing election research does not mean forecasting seats. But if you at all want to argue that if you have not done the forecast properly, then your entire research is bogus. You don't give any credibility for the research. Then I'm just stressing the point that how challenging is the seat forecast because of these factors. And what are these factors? Diversity of Indian voters. People of different social background vote differently. Large number of political parties. It is kind of a race. If there is only one person running the race, I can always forecast, perfect forecast. This person is going to be the first in the race. And if there are two people, then your challenge of forecasting who is going to be number one and number two, slightly higher. And if there are 100 people running the race, challenge is much higher. How do you forecast? If there are 100 students in the class, it would be more challenging for you to say who is going to score the highest number. If there is only one student in the class, you can always forecast. This is the student who is going to get the highest mark. That happens even in election. So these are the various challenges. As I said, different caste communities vote differently. This is an example from 2019 Lok Sabha election. And look at how different, you don't need to look at, and I'm also not reading all these numbers, but look at the upper caste vote. How sharply they are polarized in favor of BJP, 52%. But go down, Muslims, look at the Muslim vote, 59% for the regional parties, other are regional parties, 33% for the Congress. So the point I'm trying to say, Indian voters are very diverse in terms of various variables. This is one variable, this is one aspect, which is about caste community. And people vote differently. So you need to do, when we do the survey, important to get a sample which represents this diversity of voter. I'm not saying this is impossible, but this poses a challenge that you have a sample which represents various caste communities, the diversity of Indian voters, not only in terms of caste community, but also in terms of various other factors. Bipolar contest. This is an example of two people running the race. Bipolar contest, much easier to forecast election. Triangular contest, slightly more difficult. Four-cornered contest, more difficult. It is like a class with 200 students. Difficult to say which student is going to get the highest number. So these are examples of bipolar contest. This is Tamil Nadu. Multi-party contest. This is an example of a multi-party contest. Bengal. There are effectively 3-4 parties. Trinamool Congress, Left, Congress, BJP. Four-cornered contest becomes more. This is like a classroom with 200 students. Guessing or making a prediction which student is going to get the highest mark becomes more challenging. So multi-party contest makes the election forecasting more challenging. Number of political parties. Again, this is similar example. Look at the number of political parties which contest election. We might think UP, we only know about 3-4 parties. We know about Congress, BJP, Samajwadi Party, BSP, and few more. But how many parties contested the 2022 Lok Sabha Assembly election? 284 political parties. Bihar, 211 political parties. Maharashtra, 124 parties. Again, the point is, the race is being run by a very large number of political parties. So this poses a challenge, which does not mean that election forecasting should not be done. Marginal victories. As I said, we have a system called first past the post. Sometimes parties win one seat by a very marginal vote. And in survey, using a sample, becomes very difficult to pick the marginal seats. And this is the example from Himachal Pradesh 2022 Assembly election. So up to 1,000 margin, 8 seats. Himachal has 68 seats total. And look at up till 3,000 votes, almost 19 seats were decided within a margin of 3,000 votes. Poses a challenge. If you have bigger margin, then so these are marginal seats. Sometimes when you do the surveys, when you do make such estimate based on the survey, it becomes very difficult to catch, these marginal seats. And this is an example from Himachal. As I said, first past the post system poses a challenge because with the same vote share, parties get in different number of seats. 1996 assembly elections in UP. Look at the BJP. 33% vote, BJP ended up winning 160 seats. But come to 2012 election, assembly election, Samajwadi Party. Samajwadi's party, the winner is Samajwadi Party with 29% vote. And Samajwadi Party ends up winning 224 seats. This is the challenge, because one would have expected Samajwadi Party to win less number of seats, because with 33% vote, BJP had won 160 seats. Now go down, 2017 assembly election, BJP polled 40% vote. How many seats they won? 312 seats. If you look at 2022 assembly election, BJP's vote share went up from 40% to 41%. In a normal situation, if a runner runs fast, normally he should reach the finishing line much faster. If a student has scored 10% more marks, we would expect him to, normally he would, if he has been the winner, if he was the topper in the last class, in normal situation, he would be the topper even this year. But look at 2017 and 2022, BJP's vote share goes up to 41%. Seats come down from 312 to 255. So numerous examples of this kind. Look at this Karnataka assembly election now. This is the previous assembly elections, 2018. BJP's vote share 36%. They won 104 seats. They were the ruling party. They won the election. They formed the government after some interval. BJP's vote share in 2023 election, same vote share, 36%. Their seats have come down from 104 to 66 because the gap between winner and runner is now much wider. So these are numerous challenges. Look at vote seat relationship tricky. 2009 Lok Sabha election, vote share of BJP, 18.6%. How many seats BJP had won in that 2009 Lok Sabha election? 116. 2014 Lok Sabha election, Congress vote share is now 19.6%. 1% more compared to BJP's vote share in the previous election. How many seats Congress won? 44. Same country, same electorate, same electoral system, same voter. Everything remains the same. And again, 19.6% vote for Congress in 2019 election gave Congress 52 seats. Same votes can give you different kinds of seats. And also, as I said, 2009 Lok Sabha election, BJP's vote share is 1% less compared to Congress vote share in 2014. But look at the difference in seats. Almost 3 times the number of seats BJP won was higher compared to the Congress seats in 2014. Lots and lots of that, those kind of examples. Now look at Congress. Congress, this is UP 2022 assembly election. Congress vote share 2.2%. Number of seats in assembly 2. BSP 13% vote. Seats won in the assembly, just 1 seat. We would expect in a normal situation, we would expect BSP, if you don't show the number of seats to anyone and say, if there are X number of seats, which party is likely to win highest number of seats, second, third, fourth. Normally, you would expect BSP to win more seats compared to Congress, but that doesn't happen. And this is because of our electoral system, first past the post. More examples. BSP, 0 seats in 2014 Lok Sabha election. Vote share, 19.6%. Congress, 2 seats in the parliament. 2014 election. This is Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, Amethi and Rai Bareli. Vote share, 7.5%. BSP's vote share is much higher compared to Congress vote share. Almost 3 times. But BSP ends up winning 0 seats in the parliament from UP and Congress ends up winning 2 seats. So these are all challenges. Now, going to this whole issue of big sample versus small sample, because there is a lot of misnomer, I think misconception, because when you go wrong or people would say, oh, you went wrong because the sample size, or if before results are announced, if you show something, if you speak something about, election, seat forecast, trends, pattern, this is likely to happen. And people will ask this question, what is the sample size? And if you say, the sample size is for a state like UP, if you have 10,000, 10,000 is too small a sample. 20,000, even 20,000 is too small a sample. So the point I'm trying to say is small sample, big samples are not necessarily better sample. What is more important is that samples should be representative. It should reflect the diversity of India's voter. So now I'm trying to show you some slides comparing, and these are all examples. These are not fictitious tables. These are all live examples. And what are these examples? We always do surveys with a small sample for several reasons. And we don't get into seat forecast business. As I said, seat forecasting is tricky. And why we don't want to get into seat forecast? Sometimes we have done that, not that we have never done seat forecast, but we normally tend to say we would be confident in getting vote share estimates right. We know that converting these vote share into seats is a tricky business. You can get it right, you may not get it right. And if you don't get seat estimates right, your entire exercise is seen as faulty by people because nobody is looking at your effort. Nobody is looking at the method. People are only looking at the results. So this is UP assembly elections. This is not an advertisement of my organization or Access My India, but I have picked up the slides to make you understand that bigger samples don't give you much better results. Our sample size in UP assembly election was 7,211. Access My India had taken, this is another organization. This is a polling agency, Access My India, very reputed. They have got seat estimates right and vote estimates right large number of times. Almost their strike rate is very high, almost 85–90%, which is to say of the 100 predictions they have made, they have got 90 predictions absolutely right. But I'm trying to give you an idea about big sample and small sample. They have an advantage over us. Big samples have an advantage. The advantage is that you can slice it into different segments. So Lokniti, we did a survey with 7,211 sample. Access My India picked up 1,21,000 sample. Look at our vote share predictions and actual results, and Access My India vote share estimate and actual results. 43% our prediction was for BJP. BJP got 44%. SP 35, they got 36, etc., etc. BSP 15, they got 13. Congress, we said 3, they got 2. Access My India, 46, 44, 36, 36, 12, 13, 3, 2. Was Access My India's estimate far better compared to our estimate? No. And evidence to suggest bigger samples are not necessarily better samples. Again, Uttarakhand. Access My India sample size 26,000. Our sample size was 2,738. Actual 44%. Access My India said 44. We said 43. BJP got 44% vote. Congress, Access My India said 40%. We said 38%. Congress got 38%. Aam Aadmi Party, they did not say anything about Aam Aadmi Party. We said 3% vote, they got 3%, etc., etc. Again, another example, our sample is 10 times smaller compared to Access My India sample. Now we move on to, this is Punjab. Lokniti sample 4,668, Access My India sample 45,000. Actual Aam Aadmi Party 42%. Access My India prediction was 41% vote. We predicted 40%. Congress 28%, Axis India we said 26. Both were off the mark, but our was more closer. SAD, which is Akali Dal, 19, we said 20%. BJP 777. Others, Axis India 5, we said 7, they got 8. Again, not an advertisement of Lokmati or Axis India, but I picked up these examples to explain that, or to dispel this notion that you need to take a very big sample if you want to do accurate survey, whether it is election or whether it is something else. This is Uttara, this is Goa. 10,000 sample, Axis India, we took 2,066 sample. BJP 33, we said 32, they got 33. Congress 32, we said 29, they got, Congress got 25. Aam Aadmi Party 7. AITC 12, 14, 13. RG, which is Revolutionary Goans. Axis India said 23%, we said 8%, they got 10%. Others 10 and 12. Another example, Gujarat, the latest, the recent ones. 50,000 sample, Axis India, we took 4,558. You can see 46, 48, 53. Congress, NCP 26, we said 29, they got 28. Aam Aadmi Party, Axis India estimate 20% vote. We estimated 13% vote, they got 13% vote. Move on. Himachal, we were off the mark. Axis India, 16,000 sample. Our sample size was 2,844. BJP 42. We said 40%. BJP got 44%. Congress, they said 44%. We said 42%. And BJP, Congress ended up with 43%. So we were off the mark for BJP. Congress, maybe slightly closer. 44, they were 1% overestimation and one per sample 1% underestimation. And this is about we overestimated others. The latest one, Karnataka. Look at our sample size, 1,650. Axis India 40,000 sample. BJP 43%. Our sample, we said 42%, 43%. Congress 35%, 35%, 36%. JDS 16, 13. Others. So these are numerous examples to suggest that I don't know whether you will still have faith in this or not. Sometimes one has to do the act yourself before you tend to have faith in that. We have experimented this numerous times, more than 150, 160 times, maybe close to 200 times. And we have figured out that, yes, there would be occasion, there would be chances of you getting your estimates getting wrong. We got it, I would say, wrong in Himachal because we were off the mark for BJP. But for various other surveys, I don't have the slide for West Bengal. Just to give an example, that Axis India, we took a sample size of 5,000, 6,000, 5,000, roughly 5,000. Axis India had a 1 lakh sample, and Axis India made a huge, it was a massive wrong prediction by Axis India. They had predicted BJP winning elections in West Bengal. So the point, I'm not putting CSDS over Axis India or Axis India over CSDS. I'm using these examples to stress the point that bigger samples are not necessarily better sample. You might make a mistake, you might make an error, even with a very large sample. And West Bengal example, I give West Bengal example to explain that even one can make a mistake. There could be error even with a very large sample. One could have error even with a small sample. So small sample and large sample, relationship is only, say, with a sample size of this kind, Karnataka, 40,000. You can have slices of Karnataka into different types. Maybe say Karnataka is we keep talking about 6-7 regions of Karnataka. We say Mumbai, Karnataka, Southern Karnataka, etc., etc., Northern Karnataka, Central Karnataka. With a sample of 1650, we won't be able to disaggregate our results that much because our sample will become very, very small for each region. But with a sample of 40,000, they can disaggregate. If you have a much bigger sample, you can disaggregate it for various variables. It's like, if you are having a birthday party at your home, and if you have ordered only for a 1 kg cake, because you were hoping that you will only have 5 friends or 6 friends. But if you had anticipated that you are going to have 100 friends, if you have only a 1 kg cake, and if you start slicing it into 100 pieces, nobody is going to get the taste of that cake. Nobody is going to, or half of the people won't even get that cake. So if we know that I'm going to have 100 people for my birthday party, I need to order for a bigger cake because I know that 100 people are going to come. The cake should be cut into 100 pieces. So Access My India was prepared for that they needed to cut Karnataka or divide Karnataka into different segments. We were not prepared for that. And if you don't, so again, going back to the example of cake, whether you get 2 kg cake or a half kg cake, if you have only 2 people in the house or only 5 people in the house, your 2 kg cake is also getting wasted because 5 people or 2 people in the house are not going to consume the entire cake. Your half a kg cake is sufficient because that will give you, that serves the purpose. So this small sample serves the purpose for the entire Karnataka, does not serve the purpose for more disaggregate analysis of Karnataka election. So this is all about, various challenges. Why should we do? Why should we study elections? I've already mentioned that, one can use different methods. I have not gone into details of different methods, but I have just flagged off the method. Though we keep talking about survey as a dominant method of doing election studies, understanding elections. But as I said, the example which I gave of, say, Professor Ujjwal Kumar or Professor Mukulika Banerjee, they have not done any survey to understand election. These are only few names which I have taken. You can take large number of other names too. We can figure out large number of other scholars who have done studies without doing surveys. But where is survey an important tool? If we want to generalize things, like how Muslims have voted across the country, how Muslims have voted in UP. So if the locale of your study is very large, geographically, numerically diverse, then survey becomes an important tool. We are talking about elections. We talk about voters as such, voting behavior. Voters are very diverse. I have given the example of diversity only in terms of caste, but we know diversity is in terms of gender, education, religion, locality, diversity in terms of even within a state. There are diversity with regard to regions. One region vote differently compared to other. We are talking about Karnataka, the state which went to poll recently. So there is a small party, regional party, JDS. Deve Gowda is the leader of that party. H.D. Kumaraswamy was the chief minister earlier. That party only has support base in southern Karnataka. In rest other part of Karnataka, they don't have a massive support base. So for such kind of study, if we want to generalize things, I think then survey becomes an important tool. If we don't want to generalize, if we want to study one very specific things, maybe then we don't need to do survey. We can do case study of a constituency. If we want to study one particular constituency, maybe we don't need to do survey. So different methods should be applied, keeping in mind, what do you want to study in election? As I keep saying, tools, there are different kinds of tools which are available. One needs to pick up the tool, keeping in mind what is the requirement or what is the purpose of the tool. What are you going to do with the tool? I will give another example and then stop. Leave some time for you to ask question about the tools. And what is that? So there are different tools for cutting things. Knife, maybe an axe, talwar, nail cutter, There could be several other things to cut things. We need to select an appropriate tool, keeping in mind what do we want to cut. If we want to cut fruits and vegetables, we will pick up a knife. If we want to cut our nails, we will pick up a nail cutter. We are not going to pick up a knife. If we want to cut a big tree, if you tried cutting a big tree with a knife, you would realize after a couple of days, because you are not going to do that in one day, or maybe after a few hours, that you have picked up a wrong tool. You needed to pick up something else. That also applies to research methods, research when we are doing research, whether we are doing research on elections, politics, or social behavior, or any other topic. So I think I will stop here and leave some time for you to ask questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a powerful lecture. And I think the best part of the lecture was how to take that research question and how to work on that, because I think that is very, very significant for a researcher. Sir, there are a lot of questions which are pouring in. Can I please start taking them?
Yes.
So we have a question from Abhishek Verma. He's writing, Abhishek, would you like to speak, or should I read out? So he's saying it is good to see you. Yes, Abhishek.
Please. Hello.
You're audible. Please start.
Sir, my question to you, since you are a member with our DRC also, so we have learned a lot from you in our DRC meeting. So it's a very pleasure to see you again here. So my question to you is that related to this election, fieldwork technique of candidate shadowing and how this method is important for political economy of campaign finance.
I did not get the question. How?
So, candidate shadowing method in campaigning finance of political.
Sorry, candidates?
Shadowing technique.
What is this technique, candidate shadowing technique?
So it's a very short this technique and it's a study for elections in India only. So in some of the members of CSDS are also part of it. I thought if you can enlighten us.
Abhishek, you're
not very clear.
You're not very clear. So sir, I'll read out the question.
Yeah, please read it.
Can you please explain the fieldwork technique of candidate shadowing and its importance for the study of political economy of campaign finance?
ये बहुत भारी भरकम किसी ने बनाया है, चेक नहीं बनाया होगा, तो बहुत चीजें मिक्स्ड अप हैं. मेरे जैसे कम बुद्धि के आदमी के लिए समझ नहीं आ रहा, मैं फिर भी समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं. कैंडिडेट शेडोइंग का मतलब क्या होता है? You follow a candidate because you become a shadow of the candidate. So that's one thing. Now the question is, one part of the question is, what kind of a technique do you apply to do fieldwork for candidate shadowing? You have to follow the candidate. You have to be with the candidate. You have to take permission from the candidate so that he or she allows you to accompany. That's one. So that's the technique. You have to do detailed, in-depth fieldwork with the candidate. You may figure out only 5 days of fieldwork, maybe 2 days of fieldwork, keeping in mind how much time do you want to spend shadowing the candidate. Because the candidate may be in the field for 2 months or maybe 14 days. So that's candidate shadowing. Now, second part of the question is, what do you want to gather? What kind of information do you want to gather by using this candidate shadowing technique? If you want to get the information of election finances, election expenditure, candidate shadowing may not be possible, or candidate may not like to open up everything. Then candidate shadowing is first. When should you do candidate shadowing? It depends upon what do you want to understand. What is your question? If your question is about election finances, where does the candidate get finances from? How does the candidate spend? I think shadowing is not the best technique, because may not be the best approach, because candidate would like to hide many things. Second part of the question is not connected to this, which is how does it
related to the political finance, how to know the finances done in the election campaigning, how to have a check of
Jyotika.
Sir, he is saying, what is the importance of the fieldwork technique of candidate showing and its importance in the field of political economy of campaign finance? Abhishek, would you like to reframe the question because it's not very clear?
पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी ऑफ कैंपेन फाइनेंस का तो दोनों का कोई रिलेशनशिप नहीं है ना, दोनों का कोई रिलेशनशिप नहीं है.
Absolutely.
Okay, ma'am, I will reframe the question asked.
Sir, can I go to the next question?
Yes, yes, please.
So the next question is, do voters turnout have the potential to change the election results?
Normally, there is a belief that higher turnout always results in, is a sign of anti-incumbency. But if you plot the data over a period of time, last 70 years for different elections, there is no trend. Higher turnout has also resulted in government getting re-elected. Lower turnout has also resulted in government voting out. So the turnout has no direct impact on electoral outcome.
The third question is, do you consider the single party dominance threat to democracy in the long run?
No, single party dominance is not a threat to democracy in the long run. If people, if the party is getting elected through fair means, it becomes a threat only if the party which is a dominant party tries to, undermine the regional, the opposition parties in every aspect of political discourse. Then it becomes a threat. Standalone, if a party is getting voted to power several times, maybe a couple of times, 3 times, with a massive majority, that in itself is not a threat. But it is the approach of that party on about other parties that becomes a threat. The kind of things which we keep hearing, Congress Mukh Bharat. I think that conveys a kind of threat that this is the ruling party which has such large number of seats, etc. But if you have this vision that I want a Congress Mukh Bharat, in a sense, I don't want other parties, then it looks like that this is a threat to democracy.
If there's any other question, please feel free to ask. I think it's a very, very wonderful opportunity to have Sanjay sir with us. So if there are any other questions, please feel free to ask.
Hello.
Yes, Abhiha, please. Yes, you are.
I'm very much into, not very much, but yes, politics is something that, interests me and by and large everybody in India. Sir, where do you see this all election and all becoming so much commercialized? I mean, rallies and the voting is, on the last few days, there are so many rallies and there are so many unnecessary fake, issues that does not have any relevance coming up and changing somewhat changing the electoral result. Do you think that this is a good sign for a developing and a almost developed country like India? Do you think so? These rallies and so much of expenditure on it, and in those rallies talking on issues which are absolutely, you can say, baseless, irrelevant to economic development or any kind of development.
No, I fully endorse the anxieties which you are sharing, that such things are not a healthy sign of a democracy. But don't think that these don't have any impact. I'm not saying that when parties engage in large-scale campaigning, large-scale rallies, or the last few days of campaign, that helps the party in mobilizing vote. But at least that helps the party, because you need to create a perception. If the perception gets created that party is losing, then even their own supporters start deserting the party. So you need to create a perception that party is winning. And such big mega shows helps in creating that perception for the party. So that is why party engage in such big, massive rallies, massive road shows, etc., etc. But
Sanjay sir, I think please unmute yourself. We are unable to hear you.
Okay. Sorry. No, the point I was trying to say is that I do share your concern. This is, whatever you have mentioned is not a healthy sign of any democracy. But don't think that these parties are getting engaged or engage in such activities because they don't see any utility of that. There is a utility. And what is that utility? A perception needs to be created that party is winning. If a perception gets created that party is losing election, then party starts losing even their core supporters. So that perception needs to be built, and party uses such big rallies, road shows, and provocative statement just to communicate to the voters that the party is in serious contest. Party is challenging all other parties. But again, going back to the basic question, no, this is not a good sign. This is not a sign of a healthy democracy. This should be kept at minimum.
Are there any other questions or any comment or anything? Sir, I don't think so. There are any other questions. So if there are no other questions, can we please end today's session? I hope all the participants have filled the attendance sheet and everything. There is one more question, sir.
It is a thank you.
Okay, it's a thank you. Okay. So there are no other questions, sir. So would like to thank you, sir, for such a value creating and illuminating lecture. And it is always a pleasure to hear you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So thank you, participants. Have a great Sunday, and we will meet on Monday morning. Thank you.
Can I close, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please. Thank you.